every markets here, because I'm into business also here. I actually am into business, so I move around all kinds of markets here in Turkey. But there is a law that even every shop, as little as that shop here in Turkey, you must see a CCTV camera. Therefore, it also helps to checkmate and making the work of the police very, very easy and less for them. Now, in that compared to Nigeria, where you cannot even, okay, let's just talk about what happened during this 25th election, where you saw a police, not impersonation, but a police with police uniform with a police van snatching ballot votes. Okay, we also saw a situation whereby you were a thug in front of the police addressing and threatening the citizenry of who to vote, and if you don't vote for them, you face certain consequences. Now, how can you now trust that police? How can you not trust the security of that kind of country? For example, okay, let me also go back to what happened in 2020, where the youths at the toll gate were shot, even with the flag of Nigeria. It's heartbreaking. Do you know in Turkey, even if I don't have my ID, I don't have my passport, I don't have, in fact, I'm illegal here, but do you know, just simply that I'm holding a Turkish flag or putting on a Turkish emblem or a vest, walking boldly in the streets, it covers me, it gives me a kind of a guarantee. I believe as I'm talking to you, I don't need to move.
No, that may not be necessary. But let me just act as an advocate for the police here a bit. Not every one of them out there extort money. I've met lovely police people. But as the police PRO will tell you, there are some bad eggs anywhere in every organization. There are really some good cops out there. There's no doubt about that. But the thing he was saying is that we do need more of the good cops to secure the lives of Nigerians. Benjamin, do you have anything to add in terms of security? I mean, with regards to security.
Yeah, thank you very much. What I would say is, the first thing I'll tell you is the police is the police everywhere in the world. Mm-hmm. Everywhere in the world, police is. It's like there is, in my own words, a peculiar demon that follows that name, police. Because here in America, as effective as the police is, the truth is that we have our own challenges. We have our own problems. The Black Lives Matters, we all know how that happened. So I cannot come and make it look like the police here are angels and the ones in Nigeria are demons.
Because that wouldn't be correct.
So, yeah, that would also be totally incorrect. So the police is the police everywhere. But however, my own is I'm an advocate of a level playing field. What the government did is, whether the police is a good cop or a bad cop, as simple as wearing a body cam, which you saw an oath noted. In fact, if you tamper with it, it means that you are guilty as an officer. So there are little things that we can, introduce, which makes investigation a lot easier. If a policeman says you did this and you say you didn't do it, there's no argument. All they need to do is the commission takes the body cam and they look at it. So, and the investigations are not, that's why everybody, as long as the incident is raised or reported, anybody culpable will be made to face the wrath of the law. And also, the law here is a leveler. So we need to also empower the police to know that the law is a leveler. You are not going to escape simply because you are wearing the uniform. It doesn't exempt you from, being held accountable to the office you have sworn an oath, to uphold. So that is also, very important. Obviously, in Nigeria, we don't have enough police. However, my question is, why do you need more police when the few that we have are still old salaries? Because if you don't take care of the ones you have, what is the guarantee? What is the motivation? Anybody who wants to join the police now says, okay, you know what, something when I was almost 20 years ago now, when I was in Nigeria, I had this neighbor, who was a policeman, and he just came home and the wife said, oh, there's no food, the children are hungry and everything. And interestingly, we were just there overhearing it. And then he said, okay, give me a few minutes. And he dressed up and he went out. And in a few hours, he was back with a lot of money. Obviously, he's going to do the wrong thing, probably an illegal checkpoint and all of that. But you also agree with me that, even it's almost like if you look at the Lagos-Benin, express. Yes, we talk about the legal police checkpoints and all of that. But taking the police also totally out of that highway has also increased insecurity. So we just need to find the balance. And that's why I said the government must provide the right enabling environment upon which every party can thrive. And that is so vitally important. And when we talk about the global election that is coming, everybody must know that nobody is above the law. Nobody is above the law. I think one of the greatest mistakes of the present sitting government in Nigeria is that they dead the youths, forgetting that, they call themselves the Sorosoke generation. You can't, these people they are so technologically savvy that everything, they have all the evidence the government is asking for, it's in everybody's hand. And it's not there, and they're putting it out there in the public space.
Yeah.
So
and I guess, and that's probably one of the reasons the youth are very, very angry, because they are technologically savvy and they know what could have gone wrong with the system. And it is about the system, really, gentlemen. That is what it's about, the process, a process that can be relied upon, a system that works for all. It's not about any party. It's not about any individual. It's about the nation. Having a system, and which is why most people are living abroad. Most Nigerians, if you speak to them, they would say they're not living abroad because they prefer it over there, but because the system works and makes it easy for them to prosper. And so that is the yearnings of most Nigerians, to make Nigeria work, put in place systems that can enable prosperity. Your final words, gentlemen, before we go, just one minute each. I've been told to wrap up. Benjamin, I'll end with you. I'll start with you.
Okay, my final words is, please, we are first Nigerians. And because we are Nigerians, we can be called a country. We need to take back our country. We need to stand for what is right. And the answer, the solution, for me, is understanding that our life is our responsibility. It is a vehicle that requires that we take the driver's seat.
Ernest.
So let us
Thank you, Benjamin. Ernest.
It's simple. We need a new Nigeria. We need a working institution. We need a country that we can hold on and say, this is my country. This is my country. I am proud to be in Nigeria. And also, we need our judiciary, which is the last hope of the common man, to prove to us that we are actually the last hope of the common man.
Thank you. I think that's a good place to wrap it up, Ernest. And Adebayo, my co-host, virtual co-host, your final word before we wrap up.
The system worked in Kenya. They had something similar to Beavers. And when the opposition appealed, the case didn't even take 1 day. It was dismissed because the evidence was there. And there was no argument after that. Let us all contribute to make the system work.
Let us all contribute to make the system work. Many thanks to you, gentlemen, for this discussion. It became necessary because I'm very much aware that many Nigerians came from abroad for this election. So I know that you're very invested in the country and you're very concerned about what's going on. Benjamin Quentua joined us from New York, and Okelua Ikenna Ernest joined us from Turkey. Thank you so much. My co-host has been Adebayo Olowake. It's been the run-up on Plus TV Africa. I am Maureen Menongwezigwe. Join us again on Monday. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osayome Sale, and today I have Alera and Diola D. How are you, ladies?
Hi.
In studio. My sister, I cannot come and go and kill myself. I cannot shout. I'm not wondering why is was smiling today, please. I have one left to leave.
Oh, we do.
There's nothing I can do.
There is nothing we can do.
But how are you ladies doing? How is your week? How was the weekend? How was the elections, the voting, all of that?
Tension in the land. But I mean, the week was great. You know, I think we have to just go back to business, like you said. The week was great. You know, optimistic, looking forward to better things. Honestly, it's just the optimism that I'm just really, that's what is holding me together, because I was under a lot of stress and tension over the weekend. I was finding myself sleeping and waking up to, you know, the news, always wanting to see what's going on, because I was just really scared. And then now that we have, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
So yeah,
it's back to daily.
It's back to daily living, exactly. So yeah,
live your life. Nigeria. May Nigeria not happen to you.
Amen.
Uti has joined us via Zoom. Hi, Uti. Hello. Is Uti there? Oh, I can't hear Uti. So, but Uti is joining us via Zoom, so hopefully we'll be able to connect with her. So we're discussing this election matter, but in a different way, because I cannot come and go and kill myself, like I said earlier. How do we move on, right? Yeah. That's the conversation for today. And here's what we found as today's quote. Politics is too serious a matter to be left to the politicians. And this is from Charles de Gaulle. Bola Ahmed Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress, APC, has been declared winner of the arguably Nigeria's most hotly contested and high-stakes presidential election. So the chairman for the Independent National Electoral Commission, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, announced the former Lagos State governor's victory minutes past 4 a.m. on Wednesday, at the National Coalition Center in Abuja, a hall packed full of journalists, party agents, and observers. So it's our ladies' night out, and Alera, Uti, and Adiola and I will be discussing how we can move past the elections. And when we open our phone lines, we really love for you to hear suggestions, please. No cursing, no waiting. Let us just know, Nigerians, which way forward?
Which way?
You know, which way forward, yo? And but we'll do all of that. Let's quickly go on a break. When we come back from the break, we'll see what we found in the news. Now, I love this particular day. World Teen Mental Wellness Day is observed across the globe on the 2nd of March every year. It is a day that aims to raise awareness about the mental health issues that teenagers deal with. This day is about making efforts to educate everyone and destigmatize something that is becoming, again, increasingly common, especially amongst the young people. You know how people just talk and they start to say, before you start to say mental health, better health, you know, they are almost like stigmatizing mental health these days. But the truth is, sometimes, maybe because I'm just a very involved mother, I'm raising teenagers. Wow. Some are already going to become, you know, but I'm raising teenagers, and honestly speaking, sometimes I just call them, not because of anything, I just sit with them and say, let's discuss. What's on your mind? Let me know. Because again, I feel like teenagers bottle up a lot. And sometimes, especially with my first son, he's always like, you know, he's the oldest, you know, so I tell him, no, you are a child. You don't need to carry the burden of. So if, for instance, and that's why I'm very careful not to complain about anything around them. So maybe if I'm broke or if I'm whatever, I don't see anything around him because he internalizes those things. He feels like he needs to do something to help mommy out or to help daddy out and all. And I said, no, you're a child. Be a child. It's okay for you to be a child. So, I mean, this particular day, it's really dear to my heart because I know a lot of young people that bottle up so much. They're not able to express, you know. And I just want to encourage every adult, right? If you have teenagers, especially teenagers around you, this is the time for you to be their pals, be their buddy, you know. Just, I mean, randomly hug them. You know, I always harass my children. Randomly kiss them. Just make them happy because this is the time where it either makes or break them. Because, you know, once they start to get to that point where they can't, like my children, there's nothing they cannot tell me. Once they get to that point where they just say, you know what, it's not worth talking about, then you've lost them. So this will be the time for you to teach them that it is okay to be vulnerable. It is okay to cry if you have to. It is okay to discuss the issue. Just teach them that act of, you know, letting whatever it is that is bottled up out. I'm sorry, I know you'll be mental health queen, but I took too much time. Go ahead, Alera. I know you want to say something.
Oh God, I don't do this. I mean, what you've said, what I want to say is not far from what you've actually said. The truth is, everyone has a brain, right? And the way you know that you have a brain, your brain is your mental health. So the way you look at your body as a physical health, your brain is a mental health, right? And the way your body actually changes and improves, and you know, your body, you're growing, different things are happening to your body, you're changing. That is the same way your brain will also change. So it is expected for you to have a mental health. It is the only natural thing, right? And knowing this means that you have to focus on, you know, yourself and focus on, you know, the people that you're actually catering to. So I'm happy that, you know, today, the 2nd of March is, you know, the International World Teens Mental Awareness Day. And it basically just speaks to the fact that we want, you know, less, you know, depression. We want less of, you know, issues that are affecting people mentally. We want us to normalize that conversation so that, like Uwa said, teenagers, they bottle up a lot of things. I mean, I was lucky enough to have a father who communicated with me earlier. So even as a teenager, when I had my questions in my head, I was still able to have that talk with my dad because I trusted him. So, you know, having adults around you to talk to you about this kind of things is very important. So, you know, having trusted adults, that's what we advise teenagers who are watching. Yes, we want you to speak about your mental health. And if you need to find, you know, an adult around your neighborhood, your school, somebody you trust that you can speak with, you know, regarding anything you feel. Your feelings is important. Don't let anybody make you feel different, because how you feel is different from how I feel. And your feelings is so valid. So don't let anybody make you feel otherwise.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You want to add something to that?
Oh, I mean, really, both of you have just said it. And, you know, it's very easy to just think that, oh, they're kids. Again, culture plays a very important role. Oh, you're a boy, you're not supposed to, don't be a crybaby, be strong. You know, all these narratives that we push out there, and we are unknowingly breaking these kids. You know, we try to force them to grow up too quickly. And that in itself is very dangerous.
We are even still trying to figure
Exactly.
ourselves
I
out.
mean, so I always say that let children be children.
Yeah.
Let them enjoy the innocence of their teenage years, because the world is hard enough.
Absolutely.
You don't even want them to grow up too quickly. Like really, it's too hard.
Yeah.
And when teenagers begin to grow, it's also important to begin to respect how they feel and give them that opportunity to speak. You don't have to suppress them and think that what they feel after, Yoruba people will say, please, what do you know? What have you seen?
Yes.
But a child or a teenager can always bring fresh perspective
Absolutely.
into
Question the
things.
norms.
And you'll just be surprised that, wow, I never thought of it this way. So, I mean, this is really, really a big step in the evolution of the world in terms of raising wholesome people.
Absolutely.
So I think we can all get something from
Do we
it.
have Uti now? Or we're still not having Uti? I don't think so. Okay. Let me take your story, Alero.
Okay, man, my story is a very sad one. It's really sad. Give me a second.
Okay, Jola, if your story
Jola,
is ready,
please.
take your...
Okay, all right. So this is thousands lament as Twitter suffers another global outage today. Twitter suffered another global outage today, with thousands of users unable to refresh or load their timeline feeds. And users reported the outage on the Down Detector website, a website that monitors outages, So in case you're experiencing any outage or you feel like, oh, you can't use your Twitter, I mean, a whole lot of people are, ardent Twitter users. So maybe that might just be the issue. But I'm very sure that this will be resolved in no time at all. So,
Oh, wow.
yeah.
I think Uti is there. Uti, are you there? Oh, sorry.
Hi, Uti.
We couldn't hear you. Hi, Uti. How are you?
Thank you. Hi, ladies. How's everybody doing?
Hello.
We're good. We're good. How is London?
We miss you.
I've forgotten what it feels like to be hot.
Can you imagine?
Uti, the weather is not smiling at all. The heat.
No one should go to hell.
Really, it's true.
No one should go to hell.
Kuti, how's your day?
It's still going. Yes. I almost forgot it was time for the show because I was neck deep in work. So.
But so, what did you find for us in the news? Did you want to say anything on the mental health?
No, I think you've covered it. I really liked Diola's last comment about teens having the opportunity to speak. I think that, for children of any age, the ability to be heard and have communicate, the open channels for communication really just makes a difference in their confidence.
Absolutely.
Right from when they're children, right up until they're being teenagers. I think it's fantastic that we have a day like that just
Absolutely.
to acknowledge that there are mental health challenges for teenagers, and it's a lot. They're dealing with hormonal changes in their bodies. They're dealing with a lot of questions.
Absolutely.
Beginning to feel who they are in themselves. So just having that awareness that this is a person, this is no longer a child, is so important. To make sure that we end up with well-adjusted, fully contributing adults in the society.
Absolutely. So, what did you find for us, Uti, in the news?
So the headline reads: Akwa Ibom pastor rapes stepdaughter, bags 21-year jail term. So as I said, there's a positive spin that the High Court of Akwa Ibom State on Wednesday sentenced one Awana Peter Asian, a prophet, to 21 years in prison for raping his 10-year-old stepdaughter.
Oh my God.
So this conviction, why this story really stood out for me is that this actually happened way back in August of 2019. So it's taken almost 4 years to get justice for this young girl who the 37-year-old said he was pushed by demons, admitting that he forcibly removed her clothes and raped her and defiled her. So it's just, for me, when I saw this story, I thought a lot of the time we talk about these things happening in Nigeria, we never are able to see the culmination and see consequences for the perpetrator and some sense of justice for the victim. So when I saw this, I thought it was important to say, look, anybody in this situation, please hang in there, stay the course. This feedback about people giving up before they can get justice is one that we consistently hear from organizations who support families and people going through this or giving up before they're able to get justice. So when we see messages like this, it's just important to reinforce it so people know that there's hope and there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
Yeah, so don't just give up hope, yeah. So sad. So for her to be, so she'll be 14 now, meaning, 4 years past.
And
wow.
A lot of people that have even dropped that, just dropped the case, moved on. Only God even knows what she would have even had to go through in that
4 years. Yeah,
it's crazy. So my news is really sad because the Chrisland student Whitney was laid to rest today. She's the 12 years old student of Chrisland International School, Whitney Adeniro, who died during the school's inter-house sports activities, the stadium in Lagos State, was laid to rest early hours of today. The school management actually released a statement after her death that she slumped and died in the eyes of the public. However, Whitney's mother revealed on Instagram on Wednesday that the autopsy came back and her daughter was revealed to have died of electrocution during the school's sports activities.
Yeah.
I really send my best wishes to the family and my condolences. This is not... It's horrible for a parent to bury their child. So I can't even imagine the way she feels. I sent my child to school, and this is a very, very scary thing for most parents. And I really can't even imagine what she's going through right now. And I don't know.
I was watching the video today. I just couldn't watch it.
Yeah.
I just had to move
It's
past
really
the
sad.
video.
It's really
So
sad.
now this issue of electrocution.
How?
Must have been a naked wire on the phone.
Where?
I don't want to believe that.
So
Why did you hide
who
this?
do we hold accountable for
Exactly.
this? Is it the facility owners or the school now? Who?
It happened in the school.
It was at the stadium, the Agege Stadium
during the
there.
inter-house
This
sports.
particular stadium, I know it so well because that's the stadium my children used to use when they were in primary school for their inter-house sports. Because, most of the schools don't have big spaces, right? So that particular stadium, at least I have done 3 inter-house sports in that particular stadium. So where is the live? Where did the live wire come from?
That's why I feel like there will be foul play because she got there. They were pouring water on the child at the midst of the scene. Nothing. We couldn't see any electrocution.
Where's the live wire?
Where's the live wire? What happened?
Why will the
stadium
autopsy now reveal that?
That's what I'm saying, but that's what the autopsy has come out to say.
So
because
God
that
knows what
particular stadium,
happened.
right? Parents are on this side, then the big field in the middle, then the children, they always keep them at the other end. I've gone to... I don't know where live wire would be. Where?
Or are they trying to cover it up because she probably moved to a place she wasn't supposed to go to?
It's crazy.
Well,
I really pray that...
I just want whatever it is, let the people that own that facility go and double check again.
Yeah.
That they have crossed all the safety rules. And for any school that want to go to that particular stadium, please be very careful.
Or even any other facility outside.
Be
the
very
school.
careful.
It's very important.
Okay, so my story is in line with the
With the topic.
with the topic, yo. Peter Obi has come out to say that he has what's the word that he used? He'll prove that Labour Party won the presidential elections, and of course he's going to take legal actions, to prove this fact that Labour Party won. So, for once, right, I'm actually excited that nobody incited anybody to go on the streets to go and protest. Because insanity, they say, is doing the same thing and expecting a different result.
Right.
So that's the definition of insanity. I'm grateful that there was no such thing as, go on the street, occupy Nigeria, all those things that I was hearing flying up and down. Because there's no point.
There's no point.
Let's try our judicial system. If it works, fine. But if not, that's the topic for today. How do we move on? So we'll take a break. When we come back from the break, I'm tired. When we come back from the break, we'll have our conversation for the day. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed. if you don't talk, then go beat you.
Now 2005 when they pay.
Now, according to Al Jazeera, Bola Tinubu, a political godfather, famed for his strategic deftness and clout, has won a tight race to succeed Muhammadu Buhari as the next president of Nigeria. Now, Tinubu never hid his ambition to be president of Nigeria, as the 70-year-old fulfilled his lifelong goal by winning the presidency of Africa's most populous nation with 8.8 million votes, according to the final result sheet. Now, despite lingering questions about his health and past corruption allegations, and the two-time Lagos State governor will succeed President Buhari, a formal means to be a democracy, elections provide an opportunity to evaluate governance and strength of democratic values. Now, as citizens, how can we begin to move past the elections and probably maybe focus on governance itself and focus on nation building itself? Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. You can also tweet at us at WaysHowAfrica1 with the hashtag WaysShow. Hello, ladies.
Hello once again.
Hello. It's Uti I want to come to first.
Wow.
I knew she was going to say that.
But both to me, I expected it now. We expected
Uti, I'm going to come to you first, whether you like it or not. Uti, I told you, and I'm going to tell you again. But hey, this is actually, for me, I think, how do I even start? I sat down. Uti is laughing. I sat down. Yep. After I did 3 a.m. voting, 4 a.m., I mean 5 a.m. counting, I didn't leave polling until 10:30. And with all the drama that happened, I said, ooh, borrow yourself brain. See, the truth is, two things came to my mind. People truly deserve the kind of leaders. Why is Uti laughing?
Is this like a continuous laughter?
Uti, stop laughing. I said two things came to my mind. People truly deserve the leaders that they get. And secondly, people deserve the leaders they get. Secondly, corruption, we just must find a way to work hand in hand with corruption in this country. That's no, honestly.
But why?
That's the conclusion that I came to. Because as I am like this.
So we have to?
Did you hear what I said? As I am like this. I will not go and take Panadol for another headache. Okay, go ahead. What do you think?
So I think it's easy to want to classify corruption as big things, but they're not. They're in the small things that we easily justify. We rationalize it. We say, oh, but you know now, you know, and that's it. Yeah. It keeps getting bigger till we lose our moral compass. But when it hits us, and then, or when the big things now happen, we now start, thinking, oh, but this is unacceptable. And then we forget that we enabled it.
That's the word.
We enabled it.
Yeah. Where it favors you, you enable it. You let it happen.
We enabled it.
You let it happen. And that's what we're going to continue to do if we just let it.
Honestly. It starts from traffic lights. It starts from paying tax. Little things. Little things.
But I'm glad. I'm actually glad.
People who are looking at you.
Uti, please.
The truth can be painful. It is. I keep saying it.
It is.
When we say that corruption is our problem, let us all be clear and accept the very truth that shall they remove corruption from Nigeria, 99.95% of Nigerians may not be able to live in Nigeria. So, let us be clear. that when we talk about what our challenges are and what our problems are, we must first, when Michael Jackson sang Man in the Mirror, he wasn't crazy. We must all accept that we are part of the problem. Now, if we come to the reason why I was giggling, see, now the proponents, the people that were raising the flag, that were shouting, we are going to do it, we are going to vote, I'm going to stand there. Now we cannot take Panadol for somebody else's headache. See, I just, I told you so, feels so satisfying. I can't help myself. I told myself I would have, but I just can't help myself. So the reality of it is, guys, like I keep saying, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. And it's not about 2023. It's not about 2027. It's not about whatever election comes after that. It is about the fact that what we are seeking is a new Nigeria. We are looking for good governance. We're looking for accountability. And let's not get distracted by the buzzwords like corruption, right? It's not that it's not a problem, but let's not turn it into the reason why we're doing what we're doing. What we're essentially doing is fighting for our future. We're fighting for the lives of the Nigerians that are coming generations and generations in the future. So today, we have a real question to ask ourselves. What I take away from this is that an awakening is occurring. And when you stir, right, the waters get stirred up. And hopefully, we can keep that stir going and it doesn't just settle and then we all forget the storm that we went through. So it's so important that in the run-up to all of this, we kept putting information out there, and the information was one note. Get your PVC, go out and vote. Get your PVC, go out and vote. We have gotten our PVCs. We have gone out to vote. And again, it's so satisfying to be able to say, I told you so. But that's not what it's about. On a serious note, we now need to come together. First and foremost, I hope, you took the story, the labor to borrow one of the famous words of our guests. We need to understand, you can't play the game of chess with a grandmaster. And in all your life, you've been playing what they call that draft. And then you sit at the board and you say, because you know what the board looks like, you can play the game. It's time for us to all come out and decide what we want our future to look like. And for me, it's about asking tough questions. I was having a conversation today, like many that I've had in the past. Does the current construct of democracy work for the realities of the country that we live in? Does it work for our realities, where things like tribe, where things like what you look like makes a difference to what you should do, right or wrong? So I know that this is better, but because this is my tribe, whatever reason, all of these things are contextually heavy in our part of the world. So why are we using a cookie cutter system, right? We've gone and we've created an amalgamation of different systems, and now it's not working for us. So this is the time for us in moving on to ask the tough questions, to ask the real questions, to start to query things logically, free from emotion, free from tribalism, whatever you want to call it, free from any bias. And let's try to be logical and say, you know what? All of us collectively, we all agree that we want a different Nigeria. We want a better Nigeria. So what is going to get us to that promised land? Because clearly everything we've done up until now is not working.
It's failed us woefully.
Exactly.
Oh my God. The phone lines are already buzzing. I think we should this would be a good time to take a break. As I did here so, I don't have anything to say. I've said all I need to say.
No, so I think what you said about understanding that it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. We must understand.
It's a long game.
We must understand that there is no quick fix. You know, there is no, yes, I get all the excitement of, you know, the younger generation, or in fact, everybody, you know, for 2023, we thought, oh, okay, we're pushing for this solution, and then it's just going to happen with a snap of a finger. And then we get tired. So like you, everybody's tired already. So it's like a one-shot.
Funny enough, I'm not tired.
I don't think people
I'm
are
not
tired.
tired.
I think people are now triggered.
Not so triggered. Really? For most people that I have been speaking to, it's a question of, okay, I've left this your country for you people,
You know what? You know what I always do? The things that I cannot control, I just let it go. You understand? I just leave it in the hands of God and I let it go. It's not like I'm tired. You know, there's some things that are within my control.
Okay, yeah.
So, for instance, if you come to me now and you give me a hot slap, my response is within my control. Yeah. Your actions are not within my control.
Sure.
So that's what is happening to me.
Okay.
There are some things that are within my control. I control how I respond to the situation.
Okay.
I will not be triggered. I will not be irrational because somebody decided to slap me in the face.
Sure.
So I have just decided, you know what? Let's watch how things play out. But the phone lines are already buzzing. We'll take a break. We'll open our phone lines immediately. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, if you just tuned in, it's our Ladies' Night Out, and we're discussing how can we move past the elections, right? Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. You can also tweet at us at PlusTvAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow. Now, our phone line is now open. The number to call is 0702500749. That's the number to call. All right, ladies. So, as I was saying before I went on a break, honestly speaking, it's not like I'm tired or anything. It's just now I'm just channeling my energy for where it's right. I love what Uti said, because Uti has always been consistent about this. That it's not just enough for you to shout, go and get your PVCs. Now you are seeing that even now we need to start thinking, how do we get ourselves in those kinds of parastatal?
Yes.
Because this guy did not, if you said it was rigged, they didn't come from anywhere to rig it. They used you and I to rig it. We have Stephen from Lokoja, if it was rigged. Stephen, you're live.
Good evening, lady.
Hi, Stephen. Good evening.
Good evening. I had initially not wanted to contribute, but when no one got up this topic, I said, let me just make my little contribution. My own is on the line of advice. People should not get despaired. They should not be despaired. Should not be discouraged of what happened on the 25th of February. Rather, another opportunity is coming. That's my simple advice. We shouldn't situation where one or two political parties will dominate the state House of Assembly or the National Assembly, talking about Senate and the Federal. Now that we are having the governorship election coming up on the 11th, people should go out and vote for credible candidates, irrespective of their parties, so that in the House we should have more political parties and make sure we hold them accountable and let them do their words.
Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. Okay, so go ahead.
I'm just really excited that we have a lot of young people now invested and paying attention in politics. Because I mean, I know very well that growing up, most of our generation or even the younger generations are like, okay, our parents are the ones that, are the ones focusing in politics and, reading the news. We're not really interested. But I mean, for the past 3 years, since incidents have happened that have made younger people and the younger generation focus now in the election, focus in the rule of law and all of that. You mentioned while we're in the makeup room that it's not just about the presidential election or the gubernatorial election. There are other things, there are other aspects of the rule that we need to focus our attention on. But I'm glad now that everybody's paying attention, and I believe that, like Otis said, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. It's not about the next 4 years or the next 8 years or the next 16 years. It's actually to the mentality that has been created for the past how many years is not going to change in 4 years. But the conversation is going, people are paying attention, the world is paying attention. Nigerians that know that they don't have a backup plan to Jagba, they are the ones that say, okay, we have to actually pay attention to this and make sure something happens.
Let me take Pastor Oladipo, I believe from Lagos. Thank you for joining us.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, I'm Pastor Ladipo.
Go ahead.
I'm calling from Lagos.
Yes, go ahead.
Can I go ahead now?
Yes, please.
All right, my take is this. How do we go past this election? You see, when we put too much hope on any system and it fails, it will break us down. So I believe the best way we need to move forward now is one of the address that Peter Obi has given. Look, we are going to the court. Even if the court did not overturn this election, what we need to do is this. We've already spoken, though our voice is not heard through this INEC, whatever. But the best way to move on is to re-strategize for the next election.
Thank you so much. Strategize for the next election. I was going to say that a lot of enemies have been made.
Yep.
Oh, absolutely.
As in, some people have been blocked.
Yep.
Relationship. So how do we mend? Uti, you want to come in there? How do we start to mend? Because you see, I listened to Ayodele Fayoshe, the former governor of Ekiti State, saying that, see, when you go and you are killing yourself for politicians, you're actually not doing yourself any good, because politicians they don't have permanent enemies. But you see, with us, the citizens, when we carry the thing, we carry them for our head.
Yeah.
And politicians are just looking at people and just, they are smiling, they are drinking, they are laughing together. But I have Mahmoud from Adamawa. Then I want us to answer, how do we move? Because there are a lot of enemies that have been made. Too many things. Mahmoud, you're live. Go ahead.
You in the studios.
Hi, good evening.
Honestly, I must commend you. You're doing a wonderful job.
Thank you.
Honestly, on the issue of this election, we must move forward. Election has come and gone. We must see how we can unite ourselves as a nation. Because very frankly speaking, this last election, there's some kind of division, trying to divide us as a nation. But please, I'm begging our politicians, those that lost the elections, it's not wrong finding it to the legal way, but let's try to live in peace and harmony. And for those that won the election, they should please try to unify this country, because honestly, we are really, really divided in this country.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. So I couldn't have said it better than Mohammed. That's what I'm saying. I know, hey, so people, there's enmity.
Now it's just very clear. So,
As in,
you
so
are
the
Yoruba,
thing, and yes, you are Igbo, you are Yoruba supporting Igbo, you are this, you are,
It was so funny that now people are now making a joke out of it that, oh, you that you are married to an Igbo man, or you that your girlfriend is an Igbo person, what do you want to do about it? So politics is politics. However, Nigeria is one. We have too many tribes to say we want to. Even the Yoruba, Igbo, and Hausa that we've even tried to even say, oh, that's not even the majority. That's not even the Nigeria. So it's even going to be impossible to divide. So it's better we come together.
Absolutely.
Because
Let me take Austin from Benin, I think. Yeah. Austin, you're live. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes. Let's start by saying that Nigerians are bad losers. And you will know this during football matches.
Yeah.
even when we have not worked hard, prepared hard for any event, and then we lose, you see Nigerians, they're always very unhappy. Now, talking about presidential election in this country, you must have the spread. You must have the spread. And it is not something, presidential election in this country is not something that you just wake up overnight and you think you will win. It's not as easy as that. For instance, in this country, if you want to be president of this country, you must win. You must have votes from the northwest and the northeast. And for my, obedient people who are not happy that Obi did not win, for Christ's sake, Obi did very well. He did excellently well. If not for anything, the man has demonstrated, or he has shown to the politicians that no, it will not be business as usual. I mean, look at what has happened. Five governors who wanted to go to the Senate, they lost their election. It has never happened in this country. It has never happened. And the president even lost his own state. Tinubu lost Lagos.
Austin, how do we move on? How do we move on?
This election is one of the best elections that we have ever had. Maybe this one and the June 12th election. So please, let us, and I think that a lot of Obi supporters had very high hopes. And now that the day has turned out like this, everybody is disappointed. But, there's always another day.
Thank you, Austin. You didn't give us a solution. No. You're just telling us
we'll spend 4 days, 5 days.
Discussing that.
It's not even, that's the word, marinating.
We're marinating the matter. But Uti, let me come to you. How do we mend fences, Biko? Because the enmity is real.
I think the mending of fences comes first with an acceptance, right? I think that a lot of what has happened is everybody has been so vested in their own candidates, in what they want, right? But for me, I think that the underlying factor is what still brings all of us together. The reason why we were all so vested, the reason why we all took it so personally, was because we wanted a better Nigeria. So no matter what we were fighting about, your candidate, my candidate, we were all so passionate, all for one reason. We wanted a different Nigeria. We wanted a better Nigeria, right? And we believed that whoever we were supporting was the person to give us that. So when you hear those, what do they call it now? Those acceptance speeches and victory speeches, where the winner starts to say, oh, it's time for us to come together, like our caller said, that it's time to unite. That's really what it is. We need to put these elections by their nature are very divisive. So what is happening now is not new. Mm-hmm. It happens everywhere. It's a very divisive system because everybody thinks they're the right candidate or they're supporting the right person. So now everybody needs to come, look, what do we want? What does tomorrow's better Nigeria, what does it look like? How are we going to get there? What are the shared responsibilities that we have? Because it is the same driver that drove a wedge between us. Is that same passion that we need to use to bring us together. So do we use it to drive accountability? Do we use it to change our attitude towards this corruption that we're talking about? There's so much that we can come together as a people to do. Because if you look at the numbers, it's very small. Senators is what, 109 people? House of Rep is 360. One president, how many governors? In all, is it up to 1,000 people? But there's 200 million of us. So let's remember that when we're talking, that the unity, because the divisions for me, what scares me so much is that the lines along which the divisions have occurred is beyond just party. The tribe problem that we have in Nigeria, I personally don't know how we're going to surmount it. Because every time it seems like the wedge is being driven deeper and deeper. And the diversity that should be our strength now seems to be like the noose around our necks that's going to choke us.
Let me take a caller from Bielsa. Hi, you're live.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, I'm out to arrive.
You are on to PlusTvAfrica.
Okay, PlusTvAfrica. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm calling from Bielsa.
Yes, you're live.
Thank you very much. I believe this election is an eye-opener to Nigeria for us to learn the right path of democracy. Because I believe we have been wrong after using our taxpayers to conduct elections. This is what they will pay us back. But all I want to say, we leave everything for God to do, because it can never be done.
Thank you. Thank you. Someone will leave everything to God.
Really?
My brother, I know I couldn't have agreed with you.
Right?
I couldn't have. Yes, I couldn't have disagreed with you rather. But hey, I get what Uti is saying. The goal has always been a better Nigeria, focusing on good governance. So can we do something that Diola was suggesting in the makeup room, where no problem, the people that they have elected into the office is fine, but we must demand that they do their job. So if we catch that local government chairman that is not working, by the time we sue you like 50 times to court, you go and beg your people. Oga, please.
We want the dividends of democracy. We can only get that at local government.
Yes.
Right? You can't sue your governor. You can't sue your president.
So let's start to fight those people
from the grassroots.
So while you're planning for your next 4 years or next 15 years,
now and then.
But let us start to, because again, we get so docile. Let me take Bode from Ondo State. You're live. Please turn off the volume of your device. Bode, you're live. Turn off the volume of your device, or we'll cut you off. Good evening. Go ahead. Sorry, if you call, please turn off the volume, because once we start to hear ourselves, there will be a feedback and we can't take your call. Now, do you understand? If we are not docile for the next 4 years, we are active. So whoever is the Etiosa local government chairman, whoever is the whatever local government chairman, whoever is your local government chairman, everywhere you are, just make sure that you are monitoring them. Whatever it is that they are supposed to be doing, if they're not doing it, just be suing them. Be suing them. Let's keep them busy. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Because you live in the house, you live in the area,
that live in our community.
you will pass that road to your office.
So you have decided that you want to put yourself inside government. No problem. But
do the
you
work.
must do the job.
Yeah.
Do you understand? You must do the job. Because I think if we start to become very active, you know, we'll not have any problem. But we have Babatunde from Lagos. Babatunde, I think I've said this thing several times. When you call, once your call has been picked, turn down the volume of your television set or whatever it is that you're watching. We can't take your call if there's a feedback. You know, so I mean, let's start to do that, because again, like Uti said, the goal has always been, it's not about who is in power. Sure, the goal is to arrive at good governance. So wherever it is that the thing however we're going to get it from, let us start from somewhere. If they've decided, the INEC chairman has decided that this is the person that he's going with, that has won the election, no problem. All of you that they have elected into power, all of you must be accountable to the people. Then the people must start to demand. So this is not the time where you are quiet. This is not the time that you recoil into your shell for the next 4 years and now come back and start making noise. No. Let's start to demand good governance from day one. Oga, what are you doing? Oga, what is happening? If there's not, the ones that are not under immunity, you sue them. Let's keep them busy. Let them be going to court every day. Exactly. You know, let's start to demand, you know, for good governance, because that's the goal. That's the fight that the young people are fighting for.
Want.
They want a better Nigeria. They want a new Nigeria. They want a Nigeria that is better governed. They want a Nigeria that would prosper, equality for all, equity for. Do you understand? So if that's what you're asking for, then let us start to fight for it, even whether we are in power or not.
Yeah.
You know?
And let us also not forget that as we push for that, we must, by our own selves, demand for a higher standard for ourselves.
Yeah.
We must, because
Absolutely.
once we fail to do that, then we would have lost all moral authority to call anybody to order.
That would be
Diola,
scary.
That would be scary.
That would be scary.
Charles from Port Harcourt. Hi, good evening.
Good evening. How you guys doing now?
We did.
Surviving Nigeria.
Okay, so I've been trying to over this election, to be very honest. I've been so down. Most of my friends, most people are around me. I've been so really very disappointed in the election because it really falls us beyond our expectations. Most of us were really very good. I was expecting a lot. We felt like the election would have been fair and credible. I mean, that would make people at authority to speak up. Because if they do that, bad people have the power to use them, at least they will able to speak up. I think for the first time, I saw people that were really very enthusiastic to vote. People were really very upset to vote. People were really out there to vote. And people got their people and were ready to take that thing. Unfortunately, after the election, they started doing the results and not reflect the truth of what are the polling units, or what we got at the polling units, which was very disheartening. That's the thing is this. How do we start building confidence in this person now? As you are aware, some people are trying to trust their ability. Because they said this Peter, God forbid, I will never see this again. That is destroying their ability. Because that confidence is very important. Now, going forward, at the next election, I think people will turn out. These are the questions that are very unfortunate that we have in this kind of situation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Charles. I could barely hear what you were saying, but I don't want you to feel downcast or whatever. As we've said, right? I said something yesterday. I actually did a video, but I just did not post it. I was saying to people that, you know how you pray for things? You ask God, for instance, that you want a house. Do you understand? You are not the one that will tell God how the house will get to you. Your job is that you have prayed and you let it go. You cannot now start to tell God that, give me 700 million so I can use to buy the house that I... No, you can't tell God the how. You have asked for what you wanted, right? You cannot tell God how he chooses to give it to you. So we have prayed and we have asked God for a better Nigeria, for a new Nigeria, for good governance, for whatever. Let's leave the how to God.
Yeah.
If he has allowed whatever it is that has happened to happen, let's leave it for him. Our own is that the end goal, at the end, would we see better governance? Yeah. Michael from Lagos, I think he should be our final caller. You're live.
Okay. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening. Go ahead, quickly.
Please, I disagree with you people. Good governance and accountability start from good, effective, and efficient electoral system.
Sure.
People that read themselves into power, there is no way they can be accountable because they know that it is not the people that put them in position.
Thank you. Thank you, Michael. Valid comment. Yeah. Uti, you have a comment?
Okay, so my comment is from our regular fan, Daniel Illo. He says, good evening, my dear brothers and sisters of Ways. How can we move past the election? I am still trying to get over the election results and move forward because it's not easy. My happiness is that there was no protest and violence in the streets, but I support Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi to go to court because justice must take its due course.
Absolutely.
God will help us to recover from this daylight robbery. Stawa, you fell my hand by saying that Ashiwaju is 70 years old. He is over 80 and looks it. Sister Oti said, get your PVC. You will end up getting your PVC, and at the end, what will happen? Well, Daniel, you're buttressing my points. I was saying that the narrative was go and get your PVC, but here we are. Thank you.
I know for your hand. Now wait till they write for Wikipedia, we go collect. You want me to make DSS call carry me? If they say he's 70, he's 70. I go talk. Yes, I cannot come and argue his age. I was not there when he was born. Yeah. But hey, guys, see, today, you see, I don't talk too much. It's a feel-good day. I just don't, I want to encourage everyone out there. the flag bearer, for the youth has said he will go to court. Let us be quiet and let us watch God do what he wants to do. Protesting will not help. Nope. We've tried it in the past. People just died for nothing because we didn't see justice for them. So all of those things would not work. And besides, if you choose to protest, it will be hijacked again. Yeah. And it will further escalate the situation. Yeah. So I like the route that we're going. Nothing like, just go to the courts. Let's just trust God. At the end of the day, I like what Uti said, what Diola said about following those people. So all those your local government chairman, they shall not sleep. Yeah. Follow them, as in worry them, chase them. Yeah. Make sure you demand that they do their jobs. Yeah. Yep. Therefore, what Uti said about the end goal, it is good governance that we are looking for at the end of the day. So please, however that good governance will come, let us just focus on chasing these people to give us good governance. It's as simple as that. Yeah. Then let the Labour Party candidate go to court. Yep. Let us see how the judicial system would follow this through. Because the truth is, everybody is speechless, right? I am speechless, everybody is speechless, but hey, we have to move on. There are some things that are within our control, and there are things that are not within our control. So let's just leave that. But thank you so much, ladies.
Thank you. Love and light.
On a lighter note, I've been seeing a lot of promos going on for Sanwo-Olu on social media. Yeah. If you feel that he's done a good job, don't use... if you feel he's done a good job, but if you feel you need something better, there are other options. Thank you, Alera. Thank you, Diola. And thank you, Uti Ele.
Thank you.
All right, so before we go, ensure you follow us across all our social media handles at PlusTvAfrica. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and more importantly, follow our engagements on social media, like, share, and invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Now, if you missed our quote for today, here it is again. Politics is too serious a matter to be left to politicians. So as Uti has said, it's not enough for you to get your PVC. Go and join political party. Start from today.
Yep. Join your community.
Guys, my darling. See you guys tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@PlusTvAfrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Kinky, frizzy, nappy, cruise, all words used in different parts of the world to describe the hair of people of African descent, usually with a derogatory connotation. With very diverse hair texture, African women on the continent and around the world have always faced challenges with the way they wear their hair, especially in a society that has framed the idea that beautiful hair doesn't naturally belong to their hair type. However, in recent years, we've begun to see African women in natural or braided hair more often and being accepted due to seemingly open cultures and even legislations. We explore this and more coming up on Our Voices. Welcome to today's conversation about women's hair and their identity. I am Orion Itangishaka. With me is my co-host Ayan Bior. Haiti Adams Fitzpatrick is out today, but we are joined by our regular Our Voice contributor, Tatenda Gumbo, VOA's social media producer. Tatenda, welcome.
Thank you. It's good to be back.
We are also so happy to be joined by a gentleman today, Arzuma Compaore, who recently produced a VOA hair documentary called Braiding the Dream. Arzuma, welcome back to Our Voices.
Thanks for having me.
Braiding the Dream, a special report produced by VOA's Arzuma Compaore and Mariama Traore that takes us into the lives of top African hair braiders whose unique talent have helped them achieve the American dream. In this short segment, we're about to show you see the journey of women's quest for beauty, healing, and even a fight against social injustice through hair. Take a look.
The salon is not only a place to look great, it is also a refuge from the outside world where women share stories and cultures.
People who come newly from Africa is a place where they can learn the American culture, and the only place where, as African, we can actually have the opportunity to educate African American about our culture, about who we are, because many times you find ourselves that people think you people live in the bush.
It's my first time getting cheeky twist. Okay, what's this in the back of my head? What's that? Oh. Looking beautiful is painful and expensive.
And why do you still do it?
Because I like to look beautiful, and I'm priceless.
Who? Jesus, who on his head right here? Who on here? Who right here?
My cubicle vortex is not functioning right now.
Braiding is not just about beauty. Some women are turning to the style for health reasons.
I've always been used to having thick, long hair. And within the last months, I have had cancer. So the braiding, it helps me to keep my hair, to keep maintaining and to keep it growing and just to keep stuff out of it. I can wear it in different styles. It helps me more than harms me.
Arzuma, thanks again for being with us today. I watched the documentary. It has so many different elements to it, but I kept asking myself, what made you want to do a women's hair documentary?
Well, it's very simple. Like the first year I got to the United States, I realized really quickly that, every African ladies that I was meeting was telling me I'm going to the salon. And ever since I realized that African ladies coming here, that's one of the first venues for them to actually, build back their confidence, So I always wanted to make a story about hair, and it just so happened that with my colleague Mariam, she herself was a braider, had her own salon for a long time before, coming to Voice of America. So we decided, okay, why not, do something about this.
I love it. Let's talk about the experience itself. Mm-hmm. What are some things that you were immediately, just intrigued by once you started doing the story?
Well, one of the first things, especially when we went to New York, was the hustle. Very early, seeing all these ladies, regardless of how old they are, going towards, people, random people that they don't even know, and asking, do you need your hair to be done, like to be braided? And that, energy, that written, the fight that you can see in their eyes was something very intriguing. The other thing was, seeing the difference when you go into some of the salons, like some places are very nice. you feel very comfortable. Some other places, personally, I wouldn't want to stay there, you know.
It's like a hole in the wall.
It's very tight and it's very hard, especially in New York. So that was something, you know, that I wasn't expecting at first.
Arzuma, I love unexpected stories, and you had one very big unexpected element in your story, and that's that even though we're talking about women and braiding, your main character was a man. Do you think that there is space for men in this entire world that we're talking about?
Well, it really depends if we talk on a global scale or if we just want to stay on Africa, because here, like, the best hairstylists are men in America. And it was very interesting to find, you know, Salion and to discover that he actually, you know, had the passion ever since he was 12. So it's not something that he just wanted to do because, you know, everybody that is in the industry here does that. That, for me, was something that we needed to talk about.
Interesting. Now let's go back to the hair itself and the struggles that women go through. I'm right now trying to think about my next move. What am I going to do for my next move? What kind of hairstyle and all that? So when you're looking at the hair salon atmosphere and how women are stressing about how their hair is going to get done, what goes through your mind as a man?
It's a lot of struggle.
We stress too much, right?
You know, a lot of stress. And a lot of sometimes frustration too, because at one point, we didn't keep that in documentary, but one of the clients that we were filming was not happy with her hair. And she came back and asked them to take it down. So when you think about, you know, sitting for 4 hours, 5 hours, and then you go home and you don't like it and you come back and you have it.
It's got to be right.
I mean,
it's got to be right. Maybe the husband didn't like it.
That's probably one of the reasons I didn't ask her. But to be honest, you know, it's hard for me enough to watch, you know, women sitting down there for so long. And, you know, having the camera, I really felt like the weight, you know. And there's this scene where we have this time lapse of this lady. It took us about 5 hours.
And 5 hours is short.
Yes.
We're used to sitting for like 8 hours.
Hairstyles are 12 hours.
Right, yeah.
I was like, wow, you know.
But, you know, Arzuma, so one of my favorite pastimes is getting my hair braided by my mom. So every Sunday night after church and after we ate and cleaned the house, we would sit down and one by one my mom would braid our hair. But what you depicted in the documentary is a lot bigger than that. Really on a global scale, braiding brings in millions and millions of dollars each year. Were you aware of the scale of just how big this industry is when you were shooting the documentary?
I knew there was a lot of business done around, you know, the hair industry in general. I know there's a lot of, especially the beauty supply, you know, industry itself is huge. And I've heard stories about, you know, Korean and, you know, other, you know, people coming and just owning the whole industry. And I wondered, what is the space for African people in general? You know, that's some of the first questions that, you know, started me, you know, questioning about this, making this documentary.
So the hair salon, right? There's this idea that it's an intersection between Africans and African Americans, even Caribbeans as well too. And we've all had experiences where we sit there and you can kind of see that cultural divide. But sometimes, you know, there's like that connection. How did you see it doing this documentary? There were women in there who were African Americans being braided by Africans. What was that interaction like?
It's very funny. It's very interesting. Some places, they would have a very engaging discussion where one would be very curious, you know, and asking, you know, very deep questions about, you know, how to do this African style and whatever. And other places you would just see people are just here to do their hair. They don't really care about everything else. But all in all, you know, there's this, the whole environment is just helping people connect with each other. Most of the salons have, you know, African movies going on, you know, while they're braiding. So you always hear this little noise of, you know, the languages, the, you know, the different musics going on. So the whole, I want to say, ambience, you know, makes you kind of like, you know, stay in Africa in a way.
So it does bring the people from outside Africa into a little Africa.
Exactly.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So, like, when I go back to, you know, the way the hairstyles and the way the women really understand who they are because of hair, you know, do men really pay attention to women's hair? in terms of, oh, I want to date her, her hair is this way. Oh, you know, I want to get into the mind of the
really
man.
putting you in the hot seat right now.
Like, we spend so much time and so much money. So, like, is it worth it?
I feel the heat. I want to say, of course, you know, it's one of the first things that people look at when they look at you, right? So it goes both ways, I would guess. You know, women would probably look at men hair, if it's old, you know, young, it's bald, whatever, you know. But I want to say that it's really something that is more superficial than anything. But that's from a man point of view. When you get to get into that age where, you know, you take time to make decisions, you're not just rushing. Mm-hmm. You know, you tend to not look at hair as the main criteria for you to be, you know, interested or, you know, be with somebody. Personally, I don't really look at it. My wife has short hair, and she made the decision to go this style a couple of years ago only, you know, and I think it's totally fine. I like her, and I think she's very nice with that. So as long as inside you know, you're confident and you know that you're beautiful inside, I think outside is going to be nice too.
Arzuma, thank you so much for doing this documentary. I think people are going to really enjoy it. I enjoyed it, and the fact that you took the time to look at the atmosphere, the business aspects, and many different aspects of women's hair, what goes into it, it was really worth it, I think. We're going to stop it right there. A special thanks to Arzuma Kompare for joining us today. And be sure to check out his VOA documentary on hair, Braiding the Dream, on VOA's website, voanews.com.
And we also want to know what you're thinking. What do you still see as challenges in African women's hair and their identity? Let us know on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. Our handle is VOA Our Voices. You can also send us a message on WhatsApp. The number is on your screen.
We have to take a short break, but when we come back, have you ever been denied employment, education, or other life opportunities because of your hair? When we return, we look at these challenges and how some have fought against them and succeeded. Stay with us.
Being part of Our Voices is about more than just sitting here and talking about women's issues. It's about listening to them
and bringing their opinions to the table and making sure their voices are heard.
Because our lived experiences, our stories, and our voices will help shape the next generation.
Welcome back. You're with Our Voices. In many parts of Africa, hair is beginning to take center stage of debates on what is allowed as appropriate hairstyles in schools and in workplaces. Recently, in Malawi, parents took a public primary school to court for not allowing their daughter to attend school with their dreadlocks, and they won. On January 14, the High Court of Malawi ordered that public schools allow students to attend classes with dreadlocks. Our colleague Lamek Masina reports from Blantyre, Malawi.
Rastafarian Fenia Mbewe was upset when the Blantyre Girls Primary School refused to enroll her daughter Makeda Mbewe because of her hair. The school said the girls' dreadlocks were against a policy requiring students to have their hair shortly trimmed. So Mbewe took the school to court and won. Malawi's High Court this month ordered all public schools to allow students with dreadlocks.
We are very much excited because in this battle, we're not fighting for Makeda alone, but all the other children who are turned back from school. The problem is widespread.
The Malawi High Court also ordered the school to give Mbewe extra classes to make up for those she missed. Rastafarianism is an Abrahamic religion from Jamaica that stresses living what they regard as naturally, including with hair.
In our religion, they say every Rasta have to keep dreadlocks. When you go to the number 6 in the book of the Bible, the number 6 says, if you want to work full-time the works of the Most High as a Nazarite, you have to keep your dreadlocks, you have to keep your hair grow.
Malawi's Rastafarians have long been sidelined by education policy requiring students to cut their hair to promote uniformity in school. Some Rastafarian parents chose private schools, while others gave in and cut their children's dreadlocks.
ku skulu ya boma ndinabwezedwa kuti ana aja sakuyenera kuyamba skulu koma akamete kaye.
When I took my children to a public school, they refused to enroll them until they cut their dreadlocks. I tried to find an alternative, but I failed. So instead, I trimmed their hair so that they could get an education.
Komabe panalipo vutabe zosalira zake ana aja adi ndinadula nzeri ndicho linga choti apite ku skulu.
The High Court ruling means Rastafarian parents will no longer have to choose between their religious practice or sending their children to public schools. Malawi's education authorities refused to talk to a reporter on the matter and have until February 4 to appeal against the High Court's order. Lamik Masina for VOA News, Blantyre.
Needless to say, it's not just in Malawi. Many countries on the continent, public school regulations prohibit students from having long or stylish hair. On January 1st, the U.S. state of California legislation called the Crown Act was enacted. This law that was first introduced last year prohibits discrimination based on hairstyles and texture. It ensures protection in workplaces and in public schools and charter schools. And here to talk about it is Pamela Farrell, owner of Cornrows & Company, a natural hair braiding salon here in the nation's capital. She's also one of the first to lead the fight for natural hairstyles for African-American women in the workplace. Welcome to Our Voices, Ms. Pam.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
So in the documentary that our colleague Arzuma Kompare produced, you said, and I quote, "I opened a hair salon for social justice." That was about 40 years ago. Does it surprise you on how long it took for the Crown Act to come about?
Yes and no. When I made that statement, I was 18 years old, and I was fired from my job because of my braided hairstyle. So I declared then I was going to braid so many heads that this would never happen to another woman. Now, of course, 40 years ago, I was naive in thinking that discrimination would change, because it's a form of discrimination. And even though we have the Civil Rights Act, we still have discrimination. It's good that they passed this law, although it's unfortunate that you have to have a law to protect our hair and our hairstyles in particular. What does that say, about this country?
You just mentioned that at 18, this is when you really started the fight. And since then, you've been fighting this fight in offices, in boardrooms, and of course in courtrooms as well. Could you tell us a little bit about your story? I mean, what happened when you were 18 that led you down this path?
Well, as I mentioned, I was fired because of my braided hairstyle. And I declared I was not going to work for anyone else again. And I opened a braiding and hired up to 12 hair braiders that I trained. We got a phone call from the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs telling us we had to close down because we didn't have a cosmetology license. So for 10 years, we fought the district because we weren't doing cosmetology. We were doing African-style hair braiding. So there were two, that was the initial fight. The second fight came with hair discrimination in the workplace. My husband put out a wanted flyer, wanted African-American women that have been threatened for losing their job or that have been fired because of their braided hairstyle.
And this was before social media.
Oh, well before social media. They didn't even have cell phones or computers. And so we put the word out and said we would pay for the attorney fees. Wow. And so that's how the case, the first call we got was, her name was Cheryl Tatum, and it was the Hyatt Regency Hotels. And it just, word got around, Marriott Corporation, American Airlines, Avis Rent-A-Car, Police Department, United States Navy, the Army. Then the other case was Braid Freedom, the right to earn an honest living braiding hair. So they went after the wearer of this hairstyle and then the person that provided the service. So those were two separate fights.
So let's talk about these hair code policies. I'm going to quickly read, I'll paraphrase a bit, but there's a South African social and economic researcher, Hlonipa Mokena. Basically, she says that conservative institutions, schools, militaries, corporations, and so on, have the right to prescribe a dress code. However, these should not be based on partial knowledge where these institutions simply do not do any research into how their prohibitions might affect someone, the idea of common sense. Can you talk about that? Because that's kind of the approach that you've taken in this.
Yeah. It's interesting she says that because that was my whole idea. I agree, and I'm a business owner. I agree that you can have grooming policies to meet the standards of your organization. However, they should not force someone to have to change their hair. And so that's what happened with the United States Army. They had a policy in place, but they changed it where you could no longer wear twists or locks. And so I went in and did a presentation before 24 senior officials. And I didn't talk about race, I didn't talk about culture, I talked about hair. And basically it was a lesson on hair because there are different types of hair, they have different characteristics, they respond differently to the weather. If it rains, one swells up, the other hangs down. So when you create policy that is for one type of hair, then it will negatively impact the other.
Speaking of policy, we just heard a story in Malawi where children, mostly even other places on the continent, we are told to cut our hair. Can you talk a little bit about the identity issues when it comes to those kind of policies on the continent, or how different or similar it is to here in the U.S. with the struggle during slavery or even now to maintain the African-American identity through your hair?
If you strip a person of their hair and the hairstyles that are compatible with their hair, you will strip them of their identity. It's interesting when you talk about the young women in Malawi who had to have their hair, well, that was the case with locks, but even we were talking about where you have to have your hair shaved. For school. And now there have not been any cases like that here in the U.S. Now the difference is you cannot wear braids, you cannot wear locks, you cannot wear afros. And these are all of the things that are compatible with our hair texture. So that is the difference. We had some interesting conversations about how that makes you feel. And I haven't had a chance to really talk to a lot of African women to really talk about the impact of a child having her head shaved.
So we were talking about earlier, the issue that as a young child, your hair can be policed and how that makes you feel as you get older. What's your take on that?
Well, 40 years ago, it was women and then men, and now it's our children. So there's this idea of ownership of our body and owning us. And so the idea is if you start young with the children in school now and you prohibit them from wearing these hairstyles, they'll be fearful to grow up and wear them.
Thank you. And we're going to take a quick break. Coming up, we'll share tips on which hairstyles and remedies can help you have healthy hair and look your best. Stay tuned.
Welcome back. You're with Our Voices. Still with us is Pamela Farrell, owner of Cornrows & Company, a natural hair braiding salon here in Washington, D.C. In the book Where the Beauty Touches Me, our hair care expert and stylist, Pamela, tells us that our face shape is key to choosing the hairstyle that fits us best. Pam, give us more details about that.
We all have different face shapes, and there's what we call oval and oblong and round and heart-shaped. Square, and diamond. These are helpful to know what kind of face shape you have because then you will decide on how you will style the hair and what your needs may be. So for example, if you have an oblong face, that means it's long in length. So you're going to choose a hairstyle that's going to give you a little more width on the side. If you do something that's hanging really long and flat, parted in the middle, coming down, it just makes the face look longer. If you have let's say a heart-shaped face, that means you're wider at the top and narrow at the bottom. So what you would do is, you could do a light little soft bang, you could give it a little height, and what that'll do is that'll balance out where you have the width up here and where you're very narrow at the bottom.
So here's a question that I think a lot of women have struggled with before, bangs. which face shape best complements bangs?
There's different kind of bangs.
Yeah.
There's soft, wispy bangs. There's heavy bangs. There's blunt cut bangs. There's bangs that have a little height. So you choose based on what you need. Let's say, for example, you need some height. Then you can still have a bang, but you want something that's going to be fluffy and sit up as opposed to laying down.
Yeah. Because I remember Michelle Obama, she did bangs very well. And then after that, I was like,
And I mean, one of the movements right now, of course, is the care aspect of hair, and a lot of products, ingredients that are found on the continent. You have your shea butters, your coconut oils, things like that. Tell our audience what are some of the things that they should look out for and be interested in using to care for their hair.
And also, that's not gonna hit your pockets too hard.
Well, I would say, if it's a good investment, it's worth it.
Yeah.
Because if you buy cheap products that are going to make the hair dry and break off, then, you end up spending more money to fix it. What I suggest is look for ingredients that you can read and you understand. That would keep it simple.
we were talking before about the importance of the language that we use to describe our hair. And you made a really good point about using the word protected versus protective. Can you tell us why that is such an important distinction?
Yeah. So one of my concerns with the Crown Act, and I saw the bill in Montgomery County, Maryland, it had the word in there, protective styles. The concern is when you put words like that in a law, it should not be ambiguous. The word should be undeniable. It should be protected, ED. So it would be consistent with the Civil Rights Act, which has the protected class of people. So words matter.
Thank you so much. And I can't wait to read your book just to learn more about all of this.
Yeah, that's right. It's where beauty touches me. I'm going to read about it and get some more tips because I want to get the right shape, the right color, the right remedies, and all that good stuff. Thank you.
And of course, I'm sure we'll have you back on the show sometime soon.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
To.
Well, as we approach the end of our show, we leave you with a quote from singer-songwriter India Arie, who used her voice to say, "I am not my hair, I am not this skin, I am a soul that lives within."
That's all for us today. I'd like to thank Arzuma Kompare for his documentary and also for being with us today. And also Pamela Farrell, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And always thank you for watching. Good day.
Good afternoon. This is the news update. I am Messi Bopo. The Supreme Court has delivered a judgment in a suit brought against the federal government on the Naira redesign policy. The court ordered that 200 Naira note, 500 and 1,000 note remain in circulation till December the 31st, 2023. 16 states of the Federation instituted the suit to challenge the legality or the reintroduction of the policy. The suit initially was instituted by the Kaduna, Kogi and Zamfara state and has been slated as the first case on the cost list for the final verdict. Justice John Inyang Okoro, who led the 7-man panel of justice of the court, had on February the 22nd fixed today for the court to make its decision known on the suit. The 16 states led by Kaduna, Kogi and Zamfara are praying the apex court to void and set aside the policy on the ground that it's inflicting hardship on innocent Nigerians. They accuse President Muhammadu Buhari of usurping the function of the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, in the introduction and implementation of the policy and asked that the directive issued by the president be annulled. Meanwhile, the governor of the Kaduna state, Nasir El-Rufai, speaking after the judgment, said Emefiele was appointed by the PDP. He decided the president was deceived by the president in believing they can change the old note within 3 months.
Let me say that this is a policy of the PDP. Emefiele was appointed central bank governor by the PDP originally. So let's not forget where he came from. And he's the one that put this policy together to help the PDP win the 2023 general elections and deceive the president into thinking that it is possible to withdraw 2 trillion naira from circulation and reprint everything in 3 months. No country in world history has done it. He deceived the president, he gave the president wrong information, and the Attorney General, unfortunately, we have to claim that one is from our party, supported this policy, and we know why. Go and look at the antecedents. These are people that wanted to run for president or governor in our party and didn't make it. This is their revenge plan. But the Supreme Court justices today have shown that this is a policy against the people of Nigeria and is invalid. So let's not go back to what has happened last week. The election is over. Our candidate has won in spite of the obstacles. But for us, what is important is that ordinary Nigerians, traders, farmers, and businessmen can now move on with their lives. Go to your bank and collect all your money today. You have the right to do so by the order of the Supreme Court of Nigeria.
The Labour Party presidential candidate in the just concluded election, Peter Obi, has filed a suit at the Presidential Election Petition Tribunal in Abuja against the declaration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu of the All Progressive Congress APC as the winner of the elections by the Electoral Commission. The petition marked CA/PE/C02M/2023 with Peter Obi Labour Party as the plaintiff, while the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC, Bola Tinubu and the All Progressive Congress are the defendant. Note that the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC declared Tinubu as having won the presidential election on Wednesday. The electoral body had also issued Tinubu the certificate of return. However, Obi declared that he won the elections of 2023. According to him, he was robbed of his mandate, which he can only retrieve in the court of law. Now, some states, including Adamawa, Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Delta, Edo, Sokoto, have dragged the federal government before the Supreme Court over the conduct, collision and announcement of the February 25, 2023 presidential and National Assembly elections. The state wants the Supreme Court to declare that the pronouncement of Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the candidate of the All Progressive Congress, as the winner of the February 25th presidential elections, be voided by the court. They argue that the entire result of the presidential elections announced by the chairman of INEC at the National Coalition Center, Abuja, is a flagrant violation of the provision of the Electoral Act 2022 as amended. According to them, they want a declaration that non-uploading of the result of each of 176,974 polling units nationwide in respect of the presidential elections and National Assembly elections were not in accordance with the provision of the Electoral Act. Recall that INEC declared Tinubu as having won the presidential elections on Wednesday. London-based newspaper Financial Times says Nigeria's just concluded presidential elections is badly flawed. The publication said that the February 25th poll failed to set the example needed for West Africa, a region where too many national leaders have extended their term and their time in office or resorted to seizing power at gunpoint. In an editorial title, Nigeria's badly flawed election, the United Kingdom-based publication said what Nigeria needs is a clean election to restate the basic message of democracy, that a foreign people can choose its leaders. The paper said the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, badly misfired, having failed to transmit voting tallies electronically from polling stations. It would eliminate ballot stuffing. The official result put Tinubu at 37%, Atiku Abubakar from the People's Democratic Party at 29% and Peter Obi at 25%. But some individual results do not pass the smell test. That includes Peter Obi's ever so narrow victory in Lagos State, where the crowd had greeted him like a rock of star. The Lagos State chapter of Ohaneze Ndigbo, the Apex Igbo social-cultural organization, has distanced itself from calls by Okechukwu Ezeguruzu on members of the public to vote out Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu in the forthcoming gubernatorial elections in Lagos State. Addressing a joint press conference in Lagos, leaders of both Yoruba Council Worldwide and Ohaneze Ndigbo Lagos State chapter call for calm understanding of non-indigents, especially of those Igbo extraction and obedient supporters, urging them to support and re-elect Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu for a second term. Plus TV News correspondent Lovey Kuko Yedokun was there and brings us more details in this report.
This joint press conference is to promptly address and put the record straight on its position on recent statements made by the Secretary General of Ohaneze Ndigbo, Okechukwu Ezeguruzu. The leaders frowned at the statement, describing it as inciting and not a representation of Indigbos in Lagos State. They maintained that Ezeguruzu was acting on behalf of the national body of Ohaneze Ndigbo and not for Lagos State chapter.
All the Igbos in Lagos will stand united. By 11th next week, Governor Sanwo-Olu will return back to his seat. There's no going back on that. He's been our friend to Igbos in Lagos. I want to say one thing here. We are not at war with the Yorubas.
I am ready to walk like an elephant to make sure that on the 11th of March, I'll be dancing before my television screen. Governor Sanwo-Olu will be re-elected.
Chief Sunday Osai, the president of Ohaneze Ndigbo Lagos State chapter, used the occasion to reaffirm the support of the Igbos for Governor Sanwo-Olu.
If Ndigbo is rooting for anybody to become the governor of a Lagos State, that person is Sanwo-Olu, because of the cordial relationship they have enjoyed together.
Are Oladosun Hosan, President Yoruba Council Worldwide, who also doubles as Secretary General, Nigeria Ethnic Nationalities Youth Leaders Council, appealed to all Igbo people in Lagos State to reach out to their beloved brothers and sisters to disregard the call from Ezeguruzu and turn out en masse on the 11th of March and vote for Sanwo-Olu.
Why will one disgruntled terrorist incite us against one another? We are lovers of each other. We've married Igbos. Yorubas have also married Hausas. We've intermarried. We've grown for more than 500 years. Why would somebody, out of their illiteracy, lead themselves into oblivion? And it is in this light that I want to call the President General of the Ohaneze Ndigbo to please admonish our people, because I call them our people. We are not different.
Are Hassan stressed the need for every committed member of the APC to work very hard for a massive turnout of voters. Love Ikuku Uyeduku, Plus TV News.
Dozens, including women, have feared death following an explosion from crude oil tapping point in Rumukpe community in Umuahia local government area of Rivers State. It was gathered that the fire incident occurred about 2 a.m. on Friday when one of the buses loaded with the crude went up in flames while trying to navigate to an illegal refining point in the area. An environmentalist, Executive Director, Youth and Environmental Advocacy Center, confirmed the incident, saying it received news of the incident through its crude oil spill alert response system. The spokesperson of the State Police Command confirmed the incident to our correspondent, saying the situation is under control. Now to other parts of Africa, the United States is offering a reward of up to $5 million for information that could lead to the leader of an Islamic State ISIS affiliated with militia in eastern DR Congo, according to the embassy. The ADF are regionally primarily Muslims, Uganda rebels who have been rooting since the mid-90s in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, where they are accused of having massacred thousands of civilians. In 2021, attacks on Ugandan soil were also attributed to them in a joint military operation between the Congolese and Ugandan armies, which was launched to hunt them down in the Congolese province of North Kivu and Uturi. In 2021, the State Department designated Boluku as the specifically designated global terrorist and the ADF as a terrorist organization. Since its creation in 1984, the American RFG program has disbursed more than $250 million for 125 people around the world, according to reports. Now, outside Africa, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said, after meeting his counterpart from India, Japan and Australia in New Delhi, said Russia cannot be allowed to wage war with impunity. In a statement issued after the meeting, the group also said that the use or threats of use of nuclear weapons in Ukraine was inadmissible. Blinken and the foreign ministers from Quad Group met on sidelines of a G20 meeting in New Delhi, where ministers had traded blame over the conflict. The Quad minister also took barely disguised critical remark at China by denouncing actions that increased tension in the South China Sea and the militarization of disrupted terrorists and territories in the areas were recorded. In entertainment news, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex has been asked to evacuate the Frogmore Cottage, the couple's official United Kingdom residence. It has also been reported that the request for the couple to decamp was sanctioned by Harry's father, King Charles III, where coronation will take place this summer. Meanwhile, the Frogmore Cottage has been offered to Harry's uncle, Prince Andrew, who is no longer a senior figure in the royal family. A 10-bedroom property in the grounds of the Windsor Castle in Berkshire was a gift to Harry and Meghan from the late Queen Elizabeth II. And now in sports news, Abia Warriors head coach Erasmus Onu is optimistic on the chances of his side against the holders Rivers United. Umuahia Club will host Rivers United in a rescheduled Nigerian Premier Football League fixture on Saturday. Abia Warriors suffered a setback on Tuesday after they were knocked out of the Federation Cup by an amateur club. Abia Warriors currently occupy the fourth position on the Group B table of the fixture. And that's the news update for more stories. Please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica, PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. You can also view us on LimeX on www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Messi Ebokpo. Many thanks for watching.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
I looked away and tried to imagine Mama's reaction when I told her about Gozie. She had been waiting eagerly for me to bring someone home. I needed to marry early, she said. I lacked the traits and beauty to attract many suitors. Thus, I had to make do with what I had before I was too old and educated to catch a decent man. Maybe I made a mistake by letting your father send you to university. That's why you like arguing like this. Too much book is inside your head, she lamented one day after interrupting a heated conversation between me and my brothers. Today it's politics, tomorrow it's football. Instead of you to come and join me in the kitchen, you're shouting up and down the house like a street boy. My grandmother used to say, only a foolish rat dances with the lizard in the rain. You're a woman, your brothers will have wives to cook for them. After all this book, better make sure you come home with a husband. You better not bring just a certificate. Adugo has that young man who's undo. Even Chinelo has somebody. Mama had been born in a time when education had been a luxury, if not a waste, for a girl child. But my grandmother had been a troublemaker. She'd insisted her husband send all their daughters to the local primary school to learn to read and write. Mama had spent the years afterwards learning to be a wife, and then her father shipped her off to be married long before she turned 18. I had other ambitions, desires she did not understand, to be something other than a wife. I hoped telling Mama about Gozie would restore her faith that I would be married someday. I was tired of being introduced to friends' sons, cousins, uncles, friends. Tired of Mama telling me every time the daughter of someone we knew got engaged or married, and our Ashrebi they were all planned to wear. Tired of congratulating others and watching them respond with oily smiles of those who had achieved all you aimed to, saying, don't worry, God will do your own. My name is Iwanuse Odafen, and I'm the author of Tomorrow I Become a Woman. Growing up, my parents were very big on reading, and my dad would buy me a lot of books. You know, my mom made us read academically, like she would always make sure you had to. But then my dad would also like buy me Charles Dickens, those like a lot of the classics. My dad made me read them, and I just loved reading. And it got to a point that I started disturbing him to buy me books, and then he would we had these book shopping days where we'd go shopping for books together. And once I finished reading the books after a while, I'd go back to him again until he got tired and he was like, leave me alone. I've always loved reading, like I explained to you, growing up that way. Well, writing actually was something I discovered pretty recently. It all started in 2015 when a friend was going through a very difficult situation. And I remember I was so frustrated about it, and I was talking to someone. The person said something I didn't agree with, basically repeating a lot of societal talk. And I was really upset by this. And I remember I told him, this friend of mine, I was like, I'm going to write about this. And he was like, can you go ahead now? Where is it? And obviously, because it sounded absurd. I'd written it. Then I used to write essays and I'd contributed to like some non-fiction things in school, but I'd never written like a novel, so it was a very bizarre thing to say I was going to do. But then in 2016, I had some free time because I was like in between jobs. I was applying for a job, and I was like, I want to write about this thing. I was really bothered by it, and I just started asking about writing. You don't get better. It's all that you don't get better if you don't write. And I started, and my very first attempt was terrible, but I continued, and that just gave me so much peace, and that's how I really discovered my love for writing. Oh yes, definitely. When I attended the Purple Hibiscus Writing Workshop in 2019, at that point, because I come from a very finance background, so I studied accounting, like MBA, like everything was just very finance, consulting. But it was the first time I was actually surrounded by writers. Like everyone around me was actually a fellow writer that wanted to write. And just to be honest, I think we really underestimate how much just reading other people's works, when you actually have to workshop each other's works and just reading and being inspired, like wow, more people are writing, and just listening to other people's experiences. And I remember also a lot of the tutors at the workshop were also very insightful. Just little things, nothing about writing, you never know what will change. And I remember at that point I had a draft for my novel then, and I was stuck and I didn't know what to do. And I remember Chimamanda, who was in charge of the workshop, said that particular session I was in, she said something around, sometimes you're writing and then you're so focused on your agenda and you forget to tell a story. It sounds like a very simple advice to a writer, but then it clicked that was what was wrong with my draft. It was a lot. It was a very long process in the sense that, because I had to even gain confidence as a writer, I had to be sure in my own voice. I had to find my own writing voice. But it was such a learning experience for me because I learned so much, not just about the subject I was writing on, but also about myself. Because several times I had to interrogate some things I'd accepted and some things I thought were normal, because I had to also think back over my own experiences to reflect them, because I really wanted the novel to be a true reflection of society. I wanted everyone to be able to see themselves. So I'd talk to friends, and then I had to even interrogate myself that, is this, why are you comfortable with this? Why have you accepted certain things as normal? So it was a very insightful experience. And it also taught me a lot about betting on yourself, because it's so easy to give up when you're writing as a writer, and because you get no's, there's so many like, why are you special, but it really taught me resilience. I stopped so many times and then I kept going back. The first draft took me about 2.5 years. Yes, so I started writing the first draft in February 2016. I had a draft by September 2018. But then I had to keep editing, and I had something close to what is published now by 2020. Yeah, so it was a long process. Okay, so it was, again, publishing. I think a lot of people don't really understand how the publishing process, So generally, okay, it's different for a lot of people, and also in Nigeria is a bit different from the West. So like the very first edition of my book was published in the UK, and to do that I had to query a lot of agents. I got a lot of no's. I got over 50 no's, and from the first draft I had, and that's kind of what spurred me to keep editing my draft. But I think after the workshop in 2019, I went back early 2020 and I rewrote my entire draft in 3 weeks. And I finished it, and I just felt like I can buy this book. As I could walk into a bookshop and I can pick. I know. And I was at that point, I knew I was supposed to stop. This can go out, and I started querying again. I think one thing people don't prepare writers for is actually rejection and the reality of publishing. And I think accepting that you're going to be rejected is the first step. And it sounds like a crazy thing to say, you know, like, why would you tell me that, you know, that's a defeatist mindset. But then that's the thing, you're going to be rejected. But then, most of the time, all it takes is 1 year. And it's about not stopping your work, just keep writing. Because the thing about writing is, the only way you can get better is actually by writing. And it's crazy, it's like, oh, but my writing isn't good, but then you won't get better if you stop. You know, it's about reading more. It's about also finding works that connect with your writing voice, works that speak to you, and also improve your writing. You know, just consistently improving your craft and never stopping. You will get no's. You get no's that, and the thing about it is accepting that those no's will come, and you will be discouraged, because you will be discouraged. I was discouraged so many times. Like there are times like I paused writing for months. Like it will come, but then it's about not stopping there, refusing to allow that be the end. And just believing and having insane self-belief that at some point in the future, this will work out. And so that's my encouragement, to just keep writing and to just not stop.
Star phone switch on, light on. Switching command to internal. Expectedly back, TW. Fuel tank pressure, easy on 55. Your nav state with back and is perfect.
I was pushed to the point that I had to start something not numb. And I'm a big risk taker, and I enjoy doing things that nobody really does. I wanted something different from every other art form that has been pushed out there. I didn't have that fulfillment in what I was doing, and I really wanted to express myself more as an artist, and I decided to resign and go into practicing art full time. I loved subjects that had illustrations or drawings in them. I just kept pushing it and went to the extent of studying art in school, so it's been art all my life for me. I try to conceptualize what I want to create in my head. Even in as much as scattered as it might be, I create it in my head first, then I put it on paper. I sketch, then I try to pick colors, and I proceed to the main piece. A friend of mine told me, like, there's really nothing that could be achieved with graffiti here. The piece behind me is titled Bold Steps. So I'm just trying to put my own, it's an abstract journey of African fashion has come so far. The word there is Ikeakpa. Ikeakpa is a Bini word for movement. So we are it's just a movement, and you know, we have the shoes here which shows the flow and the storm which the movement creates, you know, while working. I'm Osa 7. I'm an African urban artist and design consultant.
Since the beginning of this campaign, Jando and Funke have vigorously traversed all wards in Lagos State, from Kogi to the Dabi, Ekpe to Animosho, seeking to know the true state of our state and where the shoe really pinches. They visited the riverine communities and places that have never been visited before by any governorship candidate in the history of Lagos politics. Funke Market Store is also the first of its kind by a deputy governorship candidate. Lagos, there's so much work to do. It is time to be the man who knows Lagos and can birth a breath of fresh air, the chance to lead. Vote Dr. Abdulaziz Olajude Adebiyon Jando as Governor of Lagos State. Power to the people! climate change has become one of the hottest subjects of global discourse, with over 100 heads of state and government gathering in Egypt in November of 2022 for COP27 to discuss an urgent way forward. To discuss climate change and the benefits of gardening nature in general, I have Mr. Olushola Adekoya. He is the MD of Shodex Beautification Landmark, a naturalist. He is an environmentalist and a humanitarian. Welcome to One on One. What should we know about climate change today, and what should we be doing about it as a people in this part of the world? Climate change is a change of weather, and as such, it is induced and influenced by more factors. Man activities induce climate change. And when I say climate change, most of the things that we are experiencing now. Therefore, erosion and whatever is a sign of climate change, and it's increasing day by day. And what is being disposed of the earth every year is the lifestyle of human being. What we do, what we use, how we go about technology, that yes, the way we do things has to be changed so that it will not begin to induce or influence the climate. So naturally, and also to also combat climate change, everybody is advised, including organization government, to go green. To go green, to minimize all the things that we use that can affect or instigate the climate. So, one of them is, take for instance, technology. We also move it around so that the plants make use of. But nevertheless, the activities of man in disaster, different kind of disaster, including all. So, if we don't act fast and do something about it, we continue to experience some of things that is unexpected, like flooding, like increase in temperature, like earth weather, Harmattan, excessive Harmattan, or lack of Harmattan. What are some of the best ways to prevent greenhouse houses from polluting the atmosphere? Number one, like I rightly said, is the activities of man, reducing the consumption of gas, like petroleum, whatever, and urban where I see hardly any house in Nigeria does not have generator. So we can do solar energy, you have solar, you have inverter, so that you can convert the natural sun into energy by transferring it to your inverter and then use it to power your homes. And also by having a cool environment that the trees around, having vertical gardening all over your wall, you have this wall place that can reduce the excessive heat in the atmosphere. That is number two. Number three is the three, reduce, reuse, and recycle. So you reduce some of the things that we're doing that is affecting the global warming. One of them is you make vehicles. You go and buy them. Indirectly, you have to iron it. You have to wash it. You have to do a lot of things to make sure that you keep those things. So you reduce. And then recycle. You, when you are going for procurement of that now really need, if you don't need it, you discard it. And then you also consider that can you reuse this thing you want to buy? If you buy a plastic now, you can actually, after using it, where all those around decide on it, give it to them, and then money in exchange for that. So by so doing, you are mitigating against climate change.
This recycling you talked about, very crucial. But here in Nigeria, we don't seem to have a lot of energy towards it. I remember I've been keeping some plastics in my house, and I learned recently that there is
Most of these plastic that you're using, they're actually some people that collect it. Like Michael now, we have waste bag for plastic. We have for vegetable waste, and we also have for the waste that you actually like a paper or whatever that you can actually recycle. So when the oil does go directly collect waste and you need to find out those people that engage or that are actually involved in collecting all those items. Otherwise, we continue to produce them and find our ways to our villages and Ghana.
so you've talked what sort of plants grow well in this part of the world? Well, let's focus on Lagos where we live. What sort of plants should a regular person in Lagos be thinking of planting that would grow ease at all weather?
We have tropical plants, and they are quite many. Some of them, we have palms, we have trees like ficus, like Perumis regia, so many that you can mention, like Bougainvillea at this season used to blossom, lily flying all over. And then we have palms like Queen's palm, King's palm, steel palm, Porto palm, that you can actually use this some of the acorns of silver to add aesthetics to our environment. And as regards trees, we have what is called a Amira natalis, and the one we have over there has a very large kind of leaves. So you can use that for your boulevards, for your streets, to actually work with the Amazon and also in and also over the
In the words of John Noah, for every walk with nature, one gets more than one seeks. We're talking nature here today. We're talking climate change on one-on-one, and we have none other than the environmentalist himself, Mr. Shola Adikoya, giving us all that we need to know about nature and how to embrace it for our own good and for the good of Mother Earth. Let's talk about net zero. One of the issues that came up in COP27. What do we know about net zero? What is it about?
our parents says that most of these countries that produce a lot of carbon dioxide through their activities and volunteer to actually compensate by doing so much in terms of finances to also discourage some companies and countries that are engaging producing a lot of carbon dioxide. Carbon credits is a way of buying your carbon off for you if you reduce the number of carbon that you generate, then they pay you a compensation so that you actually reduce the amount of carbon you decide to the atmosphere so that there won't be excessive carbon that will infiltrate the climate.
So industrialized countries are committed to providing $100 million. So how have you been about it? To developing countries as a result of this. So is Nigeria benefiting from it, or will Nigeria benefit from Because I imagine that when we're talking about developing countries that should benefit from such a thing, Nigeria should be one. But we're talking about nations that are industrialized nations that are responsible for high pollution. Talking about China, talking about what would be your advice to an urban dweller in Lagos who has little or no space to plant flowers, to have gardens? How would you advise them to inculcate it and make it a part of their lives? Because they are limited in terms of from the aesthetics and the good it does to the environment. Let's take a look at the therapeutic powers of flowers and plants to the human being. How therapeutic is it to us as human beings? That's the psychology. How? Could you explain deeper how this is? When you study the life of naturalists, you will see number one thing you notice about them is they surround themselves with nature. All the plants, animals, you see butterflies, birds, like my house now. Every morning by 5 a.m., I used to be walking on the noisy porch. They come around making different kind of noise, and I look at, wow, beautiful birds coming into my. So I feel that. So that's what I'm saying, that naturalists surrounded themselves with plants, and there's a lot of spiritual and Why did you go into gardening? And when did you start?
I went into gardening. I have a passion for gardening. I was passionate about it. And I started by collecting plants right from my primary school days. So a friend of mine just told me that this was my uncle, a professor in UR. This was the laws. I went on to commercialize it. Then I increased the tempo, began to collect, selling. The one I so much in love and embraced as a kid. So that I started around 30 years ago. Let's say precisely 40 years ago.
How's the business been?
Is that?
How's the business of gardening been?
Yeah, it's not bad, it's not bad. That's why they find that the economy is very hard. There's a lot of inflation. Gardening is something that once you understand it and you position yourself and you know your audience, definitely you can make a living and you live well.
In this 30-something years of being a gardener, would you say that Nigerians have a good appreciation of nature compared with counterparts in other parts of the world?
I would give Nigeria, say 2%.
2%?
Yes.
Out of 100?
Even less than 2% because most people that love gardens, they are among the affluents. 30% of the affluents. Somebody who cannot afford this planting, nothing about gardening, nothing about planting as well. So it is common among the affluents, even very few among them. Those people that actually love nature, those people actually understand what nature means. Those people that have traveled far and they have seen beauty of plants. So when they come back home, they also improve their gardening, they want to improve their homes. The call professionals, they advise them, this is what you have to have in your backyard garden. This is for your frontage garden. This is for your bedroom. This is for your this and that. So just taking care of them, they keep on collecting. That's some of our clients. So the world there that they even have more collection than we professionals. So I would say it's a form of passion and also when you believe in something, you go for it.
When you believe in something, you go for it. Also, this 2% that you give in the Nigerians, I find it very alarming, and you are correct. You are correct. But can something be done about it to educate Nigerians, to enlighten them on the need to have plants around them? And they don't have to be expensive ones, do they?
No. We can encourage them by stepping up the advocacy, having radio, television program like we're doing now, and also telling them the benefit of plant. Not only using plants to decorate, we have vegetables, we have medicinal plant that you can take first thing in the morning. I take regarding one opposite behind there, where I take pawpaw every morning. I take herbs to nourish my nerves and veins. Just boil them and then take them first thing in the morning and then last thing in the evening.
And they look fantastic. Do you mind if I ask your age?
I'm over 60.
Can you believe that? Your tummy's not bulging. You're looking so smart, so lean, so good. Fresh. Your skin is not cracking. Of course, black don't crack, but you look so good. And that can be and must be attributed to the nature that you surround yourself with and that you ingest with the morning.
Definitely. I could vividly recollect that recollected that some years back I used to fall sick. But when I embraced nature, taking all this up regularly, I've not patronized my doctor for over 10 years. On the fact that I was no more and not go to the hospital. I can't go and rush me in the night to the hospital. Also, I've been taking all these medicinal plants in proportion of nothing like headache, nothing like malaria, nothing
Well, at this point, I would have to ask for a tour of your garden, and this is just part of the gardens that you have. You have Shodex, and then this is your house, and you have another garden just opposite your house. So, I would love us to have a tour of the gardens. Is that okay? Alright. The time has come for us to take a tour of his garden. You see these beautiful flowers he surrounded himself with all these years, and also some that he takes early in the morning to fix his system, which, have helped him to look this good and this healthy over 60 years of age. That's so nice. It's been a beautiful tour of Mr. Shola Adekoya's garden, and I hope with a program such as this today on One and One, you've been inspired to go set up a garden. You have no excuse, do not say you do not have space. You said you can use your windows, your walls. Which other places did you say they can use? Your bathrooms, your kitchens. Surround yourself with nature. Nature is beautiful, it is healing, the colors, and everything that comes with it. I am Warren Minonwezili. Many thanks for being a part of One on One today. Thank you so much. Thank you for your guests. See you next time. My name is Peter Montansi. I am a visual artist and a fashion designer. My art is inspired by a lot of things, by black women, by colors, animations, different things. A lot of things that inspire me by naturally enjoying drawing black women. I think it's amazing. Yeah. Sometimes I have artist block where I want to draw something but I can't. I just get like, okay, I don't know what to do, or I just get, it's just a block, so sometimes I have to get out of that phase by either drawing something else, or creating something different, or maybe getting inspiration from something else. Totally different from what I'm doing at the moment. So that way I get inspired again and I get to grow and actually do something. Black women are amazing, number one. We have a can see in someone's face and then when you scroll that the angle, just different things on the face that makes it very interesting, to visualize and to draw. And then we have different skin tones, and it's just amazing to see how you can blend colors together to get a particular tone, and you can have very different women, find so many different skin tones, and it's just every time I see someone, I always look through, look at those things, shadow, the light, and all of that. I think I enjoy the process most about expressing myself through art. I enjoy how it's done. I enjoy seeing the finished product after spending like 6 hours drawing something. I'm like, okay, I think we're good to go. I enjoy the entire process generally. I just like the days where I don't want to create portraits. I draw maybe something minimal, like minimal line art. This is all I'm doing today. And then I enjoy the process of that. And I take 30 minutes. But I still enjoy going through that process. The Nigerian art space is amazing. It's growing and it's just very broad now, and there are a lot of opportunities for people like me in the industry. We are doing so many amazing things, from digital art to traditional art to even NFTs. There's just so many things that Nigerian creators are doing now. I think it's just amazing to see that Nigeria went from not appreciating art as much to now appreciating art. It's a good thing, love it. I actually wish I did good on art school. I think that way we could have been a castle right now. But no, I didn't go to art school. I learned everything myself. I've always loved drawing. When I was a child, I would draw Mickey Mouse. I would draw like just different cartoonish things, so I always enjoyed drawing as a main process, yeah. Alright, so for young female aspiring artists in Nigeria, I think they should go for it. In this industry, I've come to understand that there are not so many female artists as much as there are men. So it's a good thing to see the men want to become artists and actually do it. One major thing is you just have to keep practicing, just get better at your craft, and that's it. Yeah, there are a lot of opportunities out there. Art is reflecting fashion in different ways, from colors to patterns to just creating something. Sometimes I just do a design and I'm like, okay, this is not what I wanted, but I should try it, So art for me is life. Everything around me is art. I need art. Every single object, when I see shadows, I see lights, I'm looking at the way it's done, So art has influenced my fashion in different ways, and I'm excited about that. I enjoy it. So in a few years, I see myself doing amazing things, bigger things than I'm doing now. In the international workspace, nationally, and interesting, I hope to have a major studio in a few years' time where anybody can just come to us and say, okay, I want to create this type of art, and we can have someone working in the studio creating different things, from animations, illustrations, to different type of artwork.
civil rights organization Yaga Africa has added a new twist to the general election conducted on February 25. They said that the results for Imo and River states were inconsistent with its projection for the states. The organization raised the observation in its post-election statement signed by the chair watching the vote and executive director Samson Itodo obtained on Wednesday night and titled "The 2023 presidential elections are once again a missed opportunity. INEC must be fundamentally reformed." They said that the results announced by the Independent National Electoral Commission were manipulated. Also revealed is that the state-level presidential results for Imo and Rivers are inconsistent with the Yaga Africa WTV projections for both states. Joining us to discuss this are Paul James, head of election program Yaga Africa, Jide Olobo, a legal practitioner, and Dr. Obinna Chukwu, also a legal practitioner. Before we begin in earnest, let's take a look at the press statement made today by the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi.
The election that we just witnessed have been conducted and results announced as programmed. It is a clear expression for the electoral rules and guidelines as we were promised. This election, as you know, did not meet the minimum standard expected of a free, transparent, credible, fair election. It will go down as one of the most controversial elections ever conducted in Nigeria. The good and hardworking people of Nigeria have been robbed by our supposed leaders whom they trusted. However, let me humbly and most respectfully appeal to all Nigerians to remain peaceful, law-abiding, and conduct themselves in the most responsible manner. Please be assured that Betsy and I, and indeed all of us, this is not the end, but the beginning of the journey for a better of Nigeria. My campaign forces are saying that we will govern by the rule of law, because we know what not doing that will bring about, and that's why we resisted that. Let me reiterate, and I assure you that good people around Nigeria that we will explore all legal and peaceful options to reclaim our mandates. We won the election, and we will prove it to Nigerians.
Okay, that was the presidential candidate of Labour Party saying that he's going to explore the party will explore all legal means to reclaim the mandate which he said that Labour Party won. And we're here being joined by Olagues Paul James, head of election program Yaga Africa, Jide Olobo, a legal practitioner, and also Dr. Obinna Chukwu, also a legal practitioner. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. I'd like to begin with Mr. James, head of election program Yaga Africa. Now, what the presidential candidate for Labour Party has just said is what your organization is saying. We'd like to hear it from you. You say there are inconsistencies in the reports or the results that were uploaded by INEC and what you had in your situation room, as it were. So tell us more about these results coming from Imo and River State. Okay, are you ready? Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you loud and clear. So tell us more about Imo and River State.
Yes,
Knowing what you do in Yaga Africa, which is almost like what INEC should have done anyway. Can there really be something like Uber voting, knowing that we have the BVAS, which will do the accreditation for everybody that is supposed to vote, and then where does the overvoting come from? How can that process be manipulated and we have overvoting in some areas? Explain to us, please.
Okay, because INEC being on the electoral act was supposed to strictly follow the guidelines that it's supposed to ensure every voter is accredited in the BVAS. We saw flagrant disregard for the use of the BVAS in some locations. Overall, INEC did attempt to deploy BVAS to all the polling units that we observed. We observed that in 88% of the polling units that we deployed to, the BVAS functioned throughout the day. In 8% of the polling units, the BVAS malfunctioned and was replaced. In other 2% of polling units, the BVAS malfunctioned and was flushed with blame. Some of these were the locations that the BVAS were not killed eventually, and some of these locations were where INEC said it was going to continue election the following day because the BVAS malfunctioned and was flying replaced on the throwback in the afternoon. So, for concerns of overvoting, the thought meeting is just because INEC officials refused to use the BVAS and were allowed people to just vote at will. So at the end, by the time INEC pulled all of this together, our data was based on the number of registered voters, not on the PVCs collected. So even based on the PVCs collected or based on the number of registered voters, you discover that the ones that were placed in the ballot boxes in some locations were more than the number of PVCs collected or more than the number of registered voters. So as like I said, we saw that in a couple of locations, not across 9 states, but they were not as significant as what we saw in Rivers and in Lagos State.
Okay, thank you. Let me go to Jide Onogo. You are a legal practitioner and you have seen the Electoral Act. This issue of overvoting, like Paul has just mentioned, is because in some areas BVAS was not used. Was that even an option in this election of 2023 according to the Electoral Act? Jide? Yes. Go ahead, please. Yes, I can hear you now.
You see, that act was signed on 25th of February 2022. And if you look at section 47, subsections 1 to 3, it says the person intending to vote the election shall present himself with his voter's card, the BVN, with the presiding officer for accreditation at the polling units. And quote, the presiding officer shall use his small card or any cognitive device, and this time around we are talking about the BVAS, as prescribed by the Commission for the accreditation of voters to verify, confirm, or authenticate the particulars of the intending voter in the manner prescribed by the Commission. So, you see, once we have all these rules, we see discretion given to INEC in the manner prescribed by the Commission. And now, let's go to subsection 3. It says where a smart card reader or any other device deployed for accreditation of voters fails to function in any unit, a fresh card reader or device is not deployed, the election in that unit shall be cancelled and another election shall be scheduled within 24 hours. Another gap here, if the Commission is satisfied that the result of the election in that polling unit is substantially affect the final result of the polling election and the election of winner in the constituency concerned. So you see this discretion given to INEC. And talking about overvoting, in the new law, the yardstick for overvoting Section 4 of the Nigeria Constitution 1999 as amended says that the National Assembly shall make laws for the peace, order, and good governance of Nigeria. So can we be more specific in the provisions that we want? If I'm taking the bait to amend the electoral part, let's be specific. Let's envisage, likely encounters in the ecosystem of our election processes. For example, we are talking about the final stage for people putting this new act into demonstration. The pre-election aspects have been demonstrated. We recall the Section 80 consultation so that we argue vehemently then on the need for political parties to step aside from actively getting involved in primary left that was tested. The need for INEC to receive money a year ahead of the elections that has been tested. You see the substitution of candidates and stuff like that. And let's now go to the decision of returning officer on ballot paper, which is the critical issue now in the ongoing. If you look at Section 65, subsection 1, you say the decision of the returning officer shall be final on any question arising from or relating to unmarked ballot paper, ballot paper, declaration of scores of candidates, return of the candidates provided that the Commission shall have the power within 7 days to review the declaration. Within 7 days. And this latitude given to INEC is subject to judicial intervention because the decision of the returning officer under subsection 1 may be reviewed by an election tribunal or court of content jurisdiction in an election petition proceedings under this act. And as either party is choosing to go for judicial intervention, the law has been provision for it as in 2024. And the PDP also, if we are being unwise, if other party was declared the winner. So my position really is that can we make our laws more concrete? Because the INEC chairman came out to give a guideline that they were going to transmit to their IRA. And they came up with excuses of network and things like that. But if you go stricto sensu to what we have written down in the new electoral act, discretion given to INEC. And having said all this, the election this review of tribunal, they are waiting. The courts are there. And we know that except you approach the tribunal, except you approach the court, usually we just be waiting. So my focus really is that as we seek to grow our democratic system in the country, we should be more specific with the laws we put on the table and be sure that we have the infrastructural backbone to drive the technology we are seeking to adopt. Recall that towards before this election, these devices were more tried in the Federal Capital Territory and some other provisions in the country. But then, we have several polling units near the region, and there was also the logistic issue. Some of the AFCON officers were expected to handle this technology. Some of them developed monthly on day of election. So these are issues that we have. By and large, I think parties are agreed during these elections they have legitimate rights to proceed to the tribunal and the judicial arm of government.
Okay, we're not able to Dr. Ochukwu as well. We may not know the language of the law as much as you, learned gentlemen who are in the House. A part of the law of that electoral act that I read was talking about the mode of accreditation, that the accreditation shall be done like this, and then the uploading of the results shall be done like by using beavers and all that. They were using the word shall. And I was just asking myself, is it that when you use the word shall, it gives you options, or the word shall is the final thing? Because if that would be the case, after saying that the accreditation shall be done in so way using the beavers, and the uploading of the results shall also be done using beavers. And it goes to another section and says that after all this is said and done, if the discretion of INEC officers is that they should cancel or not cancel, or do X, Y, Z, or not do it, they can go ahead and do what they think they should do. So, what part of the law is being respected or not respected as it please? Do we have options when the law says you shall do this? Do we have options? It's just like having another perspective to what we've already spoken with GD about. So tell us your own perspective. What do you see? How do you see this whole issue playing out? Does INEC really have that kind of power to choose what to do after the law has said they shall do this in the event of this?
Okay, thank you for having me. First of all, let me brother make mention of INEC having discretion over the electoral act. That is true. But let us quickly, I just want us to understand, especially our viewers, to understand that yes, INEC has discretion. But once INEC has exercised that discretion by providing a guideline or by stating in the guideline that this shall happen after the other activities must have taken place. That after that stage is no longer within the realm of discretion. INEC has no power to now come back midway when the other contingent activities upon which the other one will be activated have already taken place. INEC can no longer come back. INEC has no further discretion to now stop the happening of the other activities. Like I asked whether when the word shall is used in whether it's in the guideline or in the provisions of the law, the word shall denotes when the word shall is used, it does not leave you with any option. It's not may. It's when the word may is used that one can now say yes, it's still under discretionary for you to either do this or do that. The word shall simply means that activities upon which the word shall is used must be done. That activities must be carried out. So it leaves no other option other than that. Then again, let me use this opportunity to say this. Every law has two things. There are two things that are in every provision of the law or every act. Number one, we say the letter of that law. Another one, we say the spirit of that very provision or that very law. The letter and spirit of the electoral act, and as well as the guidelines of INEC, which provides for transmission or transfer of a copy of a result generated at the polling station or polling stations to be transferred to the IREF or to a central server. The spirit of that law is to have another number one, a bucket or a database where all these results generated at the polling stations can be recorded, can also be used assuming or in the event of any untoward thing or event happening to the documentary result at the polling station. That's number one. Then number two, it is also to be used to ensure that the population or the collation at the whether at the ward or local government or state level or at the presidential level tallies with the
We'll come back to specifics of what the law says. I'd like to go back to our guest, Paul, who is of the Yaga Africa. A lot of people were very hopeful that this election was so transparent, and so many people didn't even think about the IREF. They thought about what Yaga Africa would be giving us as an independent body that has performed tremendously well, especially in the off-season elections that we had in Osun and Ekiti states. So we were hoping that will come. But I'd like to ask you this. I don't know if you have information as to the server that INEC used. Because before the elections, when the chairman of INEC was addressing the people, he said that he was not going to use the regular service providers that we have here for our phones and all that. They named something else that would have been better, and there was not going to be any form of no network here or there. I don't know if you have that information, but apart from that, because that one is just a yes or no answer, or maybe, apart from that, I would also like to ask if in the coming elections, maybe not the one of 11, but if it is possible, are there other ways that you can explore to make sure that you are not solely dependent on INEC to get all the records that you need to get before doling out to the people of Nigeria? Is that a possibility on your table as well?
Sadly, we cannot put ourselves ahead of what the law provides. The law is very clear that INEC is the regulatory body for election. INEC is the body that is charged with the conduct of the election. So we have to be dependent on whatever INEC publish. But that's also why we are also providing that citizen oversight, that independent assessment of the process. But as a backtrack also on all of this, on the part of INEC, because there was also I think there was not that commitment on the part of INEC to even get through this process. And you this, for instance, on the 3rd of January this year, INEC dispatched a large set of the BVAS to all the states. Between the 4th and the 11th of January, INEC tested the BVAS at 11 of their state offices. INEC never made public the results for the testing of this BVAS. We made attempt to go and assess this. INEC told us that it was a routine internal process. From the 14 states that were able to observe parts of the tax system like the FCT, we saw challenges with accessing the internet, for instance. We saw concerns also about employing some of the features of the BVAS. Like Senior Question that was working effectively, concerns with governance, concerns with the power buttons and all of that. In states like Edo, there was complaint as of that moment that Edo had a short supply of the BVAS, or Edo had 40% short supply of the BVAS. So you expect that for this kind of exercise is supposed to inspire public confidence that the commission should have been bold enough to tell Nigeria so that we don't have to do one crisis for itself to manage expectations until this happens. Now, we also went to this election with high hopes because of what we saw from the what INEC conducted. Almost everything checked for the mock exercise. INEC did why in some cases even 2 or more give back to publication. Based on the reports we gathered from the mock exercise, on the average, the give back rate as far 3%, but that it took 2 minutes to process a voter is 74% communication. It takes between 3 minutes or more in 36% communication, which provide an indication that overall dry process works. But the last caller had said we thought that is also the concern with the human element that manages this entire process. Before this process, back in December, the civil society had engaged INEC and asked specifically, are we ready for this election? INEC said yes. Are we ready on the grounds of technology? INEC said yes. Do we have enough bandwidth to manage the kind of data that is expected? INEC said yes. Until we went into these elections, we were all expecting that these things were going to work. I expect on the eve of the election, for instance, that you are doing a last-minute test. And if things were not going to work, INEC should have been bold enough to come out to tell Nigerians this wasn't going to work. Nobody will put a gun to their head. But as far as I know also, the device itself is supposed to have the ability to do a transmission from INEC server, because if you remember, what was submitted was a scanned image of the results. But there was also the result that was imputed on the device that was transmitted to the INEC server, which, to my mind, is the granular data. Perhaps this is what Nigerians are asking. If there is problem with the data copies that were submitted online, can INEC also submit the granular data for public scrutiny? In the effort to inspire confidence, especially as we are approaching the next elections on March 11, we need to begin to see this kind of positive communication that inspires confidence. I saw one this morning from the National Commissioner for Voter Education, President Okoye, that they were not going to get the submission of results on the INEC. But even the one that we have as it were at the moment, INEC is waiting to finish uploading results. Election happened on Saturday. 4 days after the election, INEC is still submitting the results. I am not sure this is a good way to inspire confidence in the result management process.
It's serious. But people who are tech savvy say that whatever happens, the good thing about BVAS and technology is that there's always footprints. There are always footprints where you can trace what went wrong and where it went wrong and all that. And the people who are saying that they're going to explore all legal means, is it possible to trace these digital footprints that will give them a case, or this might just be an effort in futility? I've seen
Well, I think they have it yesterday, especially because they start backing up the law. If you go to section 47 of the Electoral Act, for instance, you don't allow INEC to use any technology in the election, so it is obvious that INEC applied technology in this election. And then I don't think INEC will be enough to not allow Nigerians the opportunity to see the end-to-end approach of the deployment of technology in the election. What is even annoying to me is whether it is ignorance or arrogance on the part of INEC. I was in Kenya last August, and there I
Thank you. Let me come to you, Jide. There are some places, according to how Paul said earlier on, that the reason for overvoting is that in some places the beavers didn't work and they resorted to just voting without using the beavers. In these places, according to law, can they be said to have voted at all? Jide, just like to argue over it. Let me quote what we have in section 47, subsection 3. It says where a smart card reader or any other technological device deployed for accreditation of voters fails to function on any unit, and a fresh card reader or other device is not deployed. That means if one does not function, you are supposed to ask for another one. The election in that unit shall be cancelled and another election shall be scheduled within 24 hours. But, like I said earlier, the provision of the law is, if a commission, talking about INEC now, is satisfied that the result of the election in that polling unit will substantially affect the final result of the whole election and declaration of a winner in the constituency concerned. So, you can see the expression I'm talking about. So perhaps if this law stopped at that the election in that unit shall be cancelled and another election shall be scheduled within 24 hours, and if the commission is satisfied it's not part of it at all, then we have, a safer spectrum. And these are the issues we are discussing here. Because we can go on and argue to the right and the left, it still comes down to interpreting the laws. And, constitutionally speaking, it is the tribunal and the court of consent jurisdictions that have prerogative to interpret what's on ground. But if we need to fine-tune our processes, we need a system that works and that specifies our expectations and concretizes it in our laws. It's as simple as that. And you should have been said it before now. Like we have mentioned here, and I have said it, INEC got 305 who presented a budget of 305 billion for this 2023 election, in addition to the 40 billion annual budget. As you would have expected, INEC, said we're going to deploy electronics and test it and things like that. So on the scale of returns on investment, there are expectations. What I'm saying now, that we need to pay more attention to the specific clauses used in our law. You recall the case of China, who contracted indebtedness with the pound of flesh, and it got to court, and it told the other guy you can get your pound of flesh, which is not stated in the agreement that you scheduled. So get your pound of flesh without shedding blood. And that is what I would be to read. It was legal, but now it was card reader the last time. At the time it was manual. Now we are going to beavers, and from some of the explanations we have received, that the beavers may not need internet services, or with IRED you need internet services, then can we ensure we have these internet services? Because we are going to copy anything that was deployed in Kenya or America. You prepare for it. The same national challenges that we are having. Already I see that. There's no way we do that. Let us put our system to be effective and reliable. Thank you. Let's just take a breather for a few seconds. Let's take this break. Stay with us, gentlemen. We'll be back in a moment. As you can see, is the remaining of the tanker that exploded over the helicopter. Congratulations, still there is still Plus Politics on PlusTvAfrica. My name is Nyamdul Agadi. We're talking with Paul James, head of election program here at Africa, Gideon Noble, a legal practitioner, and also Dr. Obinna Chukwu, another legal practitioner. We're looking at the outcome of elections, and what the Labour Party has said is that they're going to explore all legal avenues to reclaiming the mandate, because they believe that the mandate is theirs, or was theirs, and was taken from them. And we're looking at the possibilities of this ever happening, and seeing also what happened on that day of the election and afterwards. And then we're talking about the legal angles to these things that we're talking about. I'd like to come to you, Dr. Obinna Chukwu, on this one. When Gideon was talking, there was something he kept mentioning, that there is a case, there is a clause that says that when INEC is satisfied with what is happening and they deem it, or they've seen it, that the outcome of whatever is in contention will affect the overall elections, they need to cancel that place. And all the other things surrounding that didn't concern me. What concerned me was the word satisfied. Now, when you give someone the free hand to use his discretion as it satisfies you, what is the measurement for this satisfaction? Is it a personal measurement, or it is what the law says? Does anybody have that right, that power to say, okay, the law has told me that when I need to use my discretion, whenever I am satisfied, I can do X, Y, Z? What is the measurement for this satisfaction before we can say it will stand in the face of the law? Okay, I do agree with my limit brother that we need to give definite in our laws. I do agree with you on that. Then again, regarding what you said, I think that this satisfaction of discretion placed on INEC in this instance is measurable, because the provision in that section, section 47 of the sub 3, the provisions there is to be established that if INEC is in a commission is satisfied that the election in that polling unit or in that area of the district requires cancellation and organization of another election within 24 hours, especially if the outcome, if the total number of accredited voters about in the area or areas affected will not substantially affect the outcome of the election or affect who becomes the winner. So to me, that is measurable, because if you have, take for instance, Go ahead. I said, let's summarize. Let's wrap up.
Assuming this election has gone into women, one vote would have been important because the law complies for the candidate or the parties that may lead or that may into women. So to that person, like I said, I do agree that our law should be excellent, but in terms of having measures or measures to check to ascertain this discretion, one could say that there are lots of measures there. But going forward, we must ensure that our laws are definite without giving someone discretion to INEC. And whatever discretion that was given to INEC, it must be by way of guideline. INEC must imply guideline that are clear with a subsidiary law that all the parties will know and follow.
Okay, well, I know that these issues will not see the end anytime soon. We keep learning every day. In this country, there was a time that the reigning word was zero allocation to the National Assembly, to states, to wherever money should have gone. And then in this election, just before the voting, we had things like placeholders that we didn't hear in other elections and all that. So vocabulary is improving according to our politicians and everything around them. Well, I'd like to just thank you, gentlemen, for being a part of our program. First of all, Jide Ologu, thank you so much for being a part of our program today. Dr. Vinachukwu, you have also been very wonderful on the show today. Thank you so much for being a part of the show.
Thank you.
And we also had Paul James, Head Election Program, Yaga Africa. Thank you so much for being a part of the program, and thanks to Yaga Africa for doing a wonderful job.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
So that's the most we can take on the program today. Whatever issues are left to be discussed, we can discuss that tomorrow or another day on the program. In the meantime, my name is Nyambul, and Kaji, wishing you a wonderful night rest. Since the beginning of this campaign, Jando and Funke have vigorously traversed all wards in Lagos State, from Ikorodu to Badagry, Ekpe to Animosho, seeking to know the true state of our state and where the shoe really pinches. They visited the riverine communities and places that have never been visited before by any governorship candidate in the history of Lagos politics. Funke's market store is also the first of its kind by a deputy governorship candidate. Lagos, there's so much work to do. It is time to give the man who knows Lagos and can breathe a breath of fresh air the chance to lead. Vote Dr. Abdulaziz Olaide Adedeomo Jando as Governor of Lagos State. PDP, power to the people. My name is Soya Onoyoade. I reminisce my good old days with an uncommon nostalgia. For me, my days of yore were lived fully from humble beginning. Born in Bere and raised in Inolinde, Ibadan, the commonality of our abode made it possible for everybody to know everybody else. So, communal parenting was prevalent, evoking the sentiments of the age-old adage that it takes a village to raise a child. So, bad behaviors could be punished by communal stakeholders other than the parents, such as neighbors, aunts, uncles, and sisters, all taking responsibility for the life and welfare of the children in the community. My parents hail from Modakeke, but raised all their children in Ibadan. My early beginning revolved around Inolinde, where I spent my infancy, and which harbored the Ebenezer Primary School that I attended. It was a life of school and football, kite flying and sand dunes molded from the foot stuck into the sandy ground. Okoto was a plaything, just like an animal seed. My primary school lay parallel to Iguan Gala, which housed the iconic colonial-era Bowers Tower, a high-rise rotunda with spiral tiers, set on a hill and which played host to visitors and tourists and could be seen from every nook of the ancient city. A saying dedicated to this tower against those not conversant with the complexity of the city is Ibadanuma or Malaipo, meaning that you only know Ibadan but not the Bowers Tower, which locals call Laipo due to its rotunda nature and because you have to climb up its zenith in a spiral stairs. Inolinde was communal by every sense of it. Every naming ceremony, a traditional wedding, freedom from apprenticeship, or sundry events did not require formal invites. Such events were for the community and children were expected to attend, huddled together in a choreographed manner around large bowls of rice, as a couple of gazing sheep and beating goats waited in the wind to pounce on leftovers. Muslim and Christian festivals were actively celebrated by all irrespective of religious lineage. Ramadan was a time we look forward to as children of Christian faith because we would wake up to eat sahari, and some evenings were filled with itinerant musicians who played Weri, a Fuji genre with Islamic lyrical underpinnings. Sikiru Ayinde, later called Barista, was a regular team lead in the locality in those days. Will I forget the good old days of Egungun festivals when we followed Olóòrùn or Alabanshopa or Atipapo, all dreaded masquerades from Inolinde to Bere and Mapo, shocking their superlative acrobatic displays and guttural incantations. Young folks, especially those from humble background like me, found the serendipity of Ibadan around the 70s and the 80s. Odo Dandaru, a stream on the fringe of Mokala, was our swimming bay, and the elevator of King's Way in the bay was our playground. Except for Okoas and a couple of high-rise buildings, the skyline was not dotted with skyscrapers, yet the serenity of Ibadan was profound, and the security unimpeachable. Family values are strong, my good olders. During school holidays, we will follow our father to his farm in Ibiya, a village settlement in the outskirts of Ibadan. Farms were not an attractive sector to kidnappers or armed robbers there. It was fun in the farm, making small fires to roast corn, or yam, or rabbit caught by midnight traps. In the twilights of the day, while going back to the village from the farm, or sitting around the fireplace in the village hut, Father would regale us with stories of life, wisdom nuggets and politics of yore. It was in one such sitting I knew the town called Akintola Taku, so named because of the political crisis of the 60s. At other times, we followed mother to the market, where she traded in stockfish. I went to the Polytechnic, Ogun State Polytechnic, and the University of Ibadan. And in my trajectory, educational value was inequality. iPhones and other modern gadgets of pleasure were few, so there were less distractions. There was nobility of character among students and lecturers. Autism, sex for maths, student prostitution, and absenteeism are only harsh words, unlike now, and those vices are threatening the survival of the academia. Our children need to know how we roll back in the days and begin to invent a more quality life. They deserve better today and brighter future, so that they can also have their own good old days in the fullness of time. I believe we need collective efforts to ensure that we make difference in the lives of our youth now for a better tomorrow. That is why I am joining Sashimo Baido in this patriotic drive. How are you? Would you rather join us? Thank you. Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on PlusTvAfrica, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@PlusTvAfrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here. Good afternoon, my name is Nyambul Agaji. This is the news update. The Supreme Court has delivered judgment in a suit brought against the federal government on the Naira redesign policy. The court ordered that the old 200, 500 and 1,000 Naira notes remain in circulation till December 31, 2023. 16 states of the Federation instituted the suit to challenge the legality or the introduction of the policy. The suit initially instituted by Kaduna, Kogi and Zamfara states has been slated as the first case in the course list of the final verdict. Justice Doni Yamokoro, who led the 7-man panel of justices of the court, held February 22 fixed the day for the court to make its decision known on the suit. The 16 states led by Kaduna, Kogi and Zamfara bring the apex court to avoid and set aside the policy on the grounds that it is inflicting hardships on innocent Nigerians. They accused President Muhammadu Buhari of usurping the functions of the Central Bank of Nigeria (CBN) in the introduction and implementation of the policy, and asked that the directive issued by Buhari be forwarded. Meanwhile, Governor of Kaduna State Nasir El-Rufai, speaking after the judgment, said Emefiele was appointed by the PDP. He deceived the president into believing that he can change all notes within 3 months. Let me say that this is a policy of the PDP. Emefiele was appointed central bank governor by the PDP originally, so let's not forget where he came from. And he's the man that put this policy together to help the PDP win the 2023 general elections and deceive the president into thinking that it is possible to withdraw 2 trillion naira from circulation and repeat everything in 3 months. No country in world history has done it. You deceive the president, gave the president wrong information, and the Attorney General, unfortunately, we have to claim that money from our party, supported this policy, and we know why. Go and look at that. These are people that wanted to run for president or governor in our party and didn't make it. This is their revenge plan. But the Supreme Court justices today have shown that this is a policy against the people of Nigeria and it's invalid. So let's not go back to what has happened last week. The election is over, our candidate has won in spite of the obstacles. But for us, what is important is that ordinary Nigerians, traders, farmers and businessmen can now move on with their lives. Go to your bank and collect all your money today. You have the right to do so by the order of the Supreme Court of Nigeria. About 50 senior advocates of Nigeria, representing various parties, were in court for the judgment. Counsel to the plaintiff's Attorney General, Lagos State Moyesere Onigbanjo, described the judgment as the will of Nigerians. Also, counsel to the Nigerian government, Kala Gabi, said the Supreme Court judgment will be obeyed. I expect the CBN to comply. I expect the President to comply. We are a nation under law. The Supreme Court has spoken, and we apply. We are all trying to act in the interest of the nation. The Supreme Court has interpreted our actions, and we are guided. This is a great day for the rule of law. Any nation that is not governed by the rule of law is bound to fail. The Supreme Court, today's judgment, is on behalf of all the people of Nigeria. It's not just the states that have won. It's on behalf of all the people of Nigeria who have been made to go through misery, pain. And today is their day of liberation from a very oppressive policy. And we commend the Supreme Court for reclaiming the top on behalf of all these people. The Supreme Court decided that it has been official, and that decision was properly invoked by the plaintiffs. The Supreme Court considered all cases of damnation and agreed with the case of the plaintiffs that the decision the Federal design is as implemented by the federal government is blatantly illegal, is unconstitutional, and it is not in line with the spirit of the Constitution. And to that extent, the Supreme Court has spoken that both the old notes and the new notes of these admissions are the first of December 2023. Governor Nyesom Wike of Rivers State has thanked Nigerians for supporting the return of power to southern Nigeria. The People's Democratic Party PDP governor said the issue of rotational presidency has been settled for good with the emergence of the president-elect Bola Tinubu, who is from the southern region of the country. Wike spoke when he joined his Oyo State counterpart Seyi Makinde to commission the Oyo State 5 million litre aviation fuel dispensing depot at the Ibadan airport in the Alapia area of the state. Attending the Supreme Court today has told them that one money remains valid in December. So, if you see how their own money, use it. The highest court on the land has said so. Too bad for a member of central bank. You have no choice. There's no any guarantee that will override the judgment of Supreme Court. Is one of those that have made history and making sure power shifts to the south. I have told people that those who fight for change, those who fight for revolution may not be direct beneficiaries of that fight, but today, history has it that all of us now are aware that when power finishes from the south, it will go to the north. When it finishes from the north, it will come to the south. So it will not be debilitating in any transition at all before it is implemented. The Labour Party LP presidential candidate in the just concluded election, PLB, has filed a suit on presidential election petition Tribunal Abuja against the declaration of Bola Ahmed Tinubu of the All Progressives Congress (APC) as the winner of the Electoral Commission, or by the Electoral Commission. The petitioner would Peter Obi, Labour Party, as plaintiff, while the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) Bola Tinubu and the All Progressives Congress are the defendants. Note that the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) declared Tinubu as having won the presidential election on Wednesday. The electoral body had also issued Tinubu a certificate of return. However, Obi declared he won the 2023 presidential election. According to him, he was robbed of his mandate, which he can only retrieve in the court of law. In the meantime, reactions have continued to trail the results declared by the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) for the February 25 House of Representatives poll in Imo State. The Labour Party candidate for Okigwe North Federal Constituency, Chikwen Unoha, has described the result announced by INEC for the election as the height of criminality. Unoha, who said INEC in Imo State previously allocated votes to the All Progressives Congress (APC) in places that election did not hold, called for the immediate review of the election results as declared by INEC. He said the arbitrary allocation of votes to the APC candidate who did not win the election, even in one ward, is provocative and an assault on the people of Okigwe. We are not waiting to go to court. INEC has a law that says that any declaration will be subject to review. We are asking that in the second appointment of Abuja and review that declaration. That declaration will not call for papers. That declaration will not call people to testify if election held in these areas. So we are calling for review. Going to court is a long way. There is an immediate solution now. The immediate solution is what setting up a panel by INEC chairman and reviewing that one declaration. Moving on to other parts of Africa, the United States is offering a reward of up to $5 million for information that could lead to the leader of an Islamic State affiliated militia in eastern DRC, according to the embassy. The ADF are originally primarily Muslim Ugandan rebels who have been rooting since the mid-1990s in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, but they are accused of having massacred thousands of civilians. In 2021, attacks on Ugandan soil were also attributed to them, and a joint military operation between the Congolese and Ugandan armies was launched to hunt them down in the Congolese province of North Kivu and Ituri. In 2021, the State Department designated Baluku as a specifically designated global terrorist and the ADF as a terrorist organization. Since its creation in 1984, the American RFJ program has disbursed more than $250 million for 125 people around the world, she also specifies. Outside Africa, the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights has called for a transparent investigation into reports of poisoned attacks on schoolgirls in Iran and for the perpetrators to be punished. Spokesperson for the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Ravina Shamdasani, told reporters in Geneva that the authorities have said that they have ordered an investigation into these incidents, but that the UN urges that such investigation be transparent and the findings made public to bring perpetrators to justice. They have said that they have ordered an investigation into these incidents, but we do urge that such investigations should be transparent and the findings be made public to bring the perpetrators to justice. In entertainment news, Charles Obaleke has officially confirmed the acquisition of 1996 Nollywood classic Karashika The Pay Network boss took to Instagram to make the announcement, along with a call to horror filmmakers to join the project. PlusTvAfrica released about 27 years ago. This is a typical Nollywood horror movie about witchcraft and initiation. PlusTvAfrica is the latest addition to studio's growing slate of remakes, sequels, or classics. In sports news, Napoli forward Victor Osimhen has been nominated for Serie A Player of the Month award for February. Osimhen netted 4 times in 4 league outings for the Partenopei in the month. The Nigerian international scored a goal each in Napoli's win against Spezia, Cremonese, Sassuolo, and Empoli. The 24-year-old has hit the net in his last 8 Serie A outings. Osimhen is currently the top scorer in the Italian top 5 with 19 goals from 20 appearances. He is nominated alongside his Napoli teammate Vicha, Juventus winger Angel Di Maria, Leeds defender Federico Bastiotto, and Torino midfielder Alessei Miranchuk. And with that, we're wrapping up on the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica, PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. You can also view us from Linux on Linux.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. My name is Nyamgo. I'm Daji. Thanks for being there. Welcome to PlusTvAfrica. I'm PlusTvAfrica. Thank you for joining us on Speed Test. Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica. Access makes the perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be. Is it key? He's entitled to marry 100 if you want stupid. Hello and welcome to Viewers Red Carpet. My name is Jackson Bungani. Thank you so much for joining us today. On this episode of Red Carpet, we take you to a record shop in Brooklyn in New York. A Nigerian artist speaks to us about his journey into the art world and a recap of the Grammy Awards in Las Vegas. Let's get on with the show. And let's begin the show in Las Vegas, where the biggest names in music came together for music's biggest event, the Grammy Awards. Here are some of the most significant wins for the event, including 2 from Africa. Benin superstar Angelique Kidjo has won the 2022 Grammy in the Best Global Music Album category. The win is the Beninese singer's 5th of her 4-year career. South African DJ Black Ops won his first ever Grammy Award, winning the Best Dance Electronic Album category with his 2021 LP, Subconsciously. Multi-genre artist Jean-Baptiste won Album of the Year, and R&B duo Silk Sonic took 2 of the top honors at the Grammy Award ceremony that featured performances by BTS, Lady Gaga, and Billie Eilish, as well as all the major winners. This landed the night's biggest prize for We Are, an album inspired by the Black Lives Matter movement. Silk Sonic featuring Bruno Mars and Anderson .Paak claimed the Song and Record of the Year awards for their 1970s inspired hit Leave the Door Open. Olivia Rodrigo, the 19-year-old singer of the heartbreak ballad Driver's License, was crowned Best New Artist. The highest honors in music were postponed from January during a spike in COVID-19 cases and moved from Los Angeles to the MGM Grand Garden Arena in Las Vegas. The Cambodian artist Moshe is having something of a moment in the art world, with exhibits in his country's capital Phnom Penh and the US cities of Seattle and Denver. On canvas and with block frames, he is challenging prejudices against people with disabilities. Stan has our story from Colorado with Sakmonokan and Sochadahin in Cambodia. Check it out. At home in his same studio, Chia paints in the mornings before inking one of her blocks with his wife Blue to make individual black and white prints. My talent in art, as I remember, began when I was a young boy drawing in the soil. I didn't dream of being an artist when I grew up, but after the accident, when I became disabled, I started to learn art skills from a local NGO, Epic Art. 12 years ago, Warren Chia was burned in an electrical accident on a building site, leading to the amputation of both his arms below the elbow. When I was in the village, I thought I was alone. I saw some people were struggling more than me. That made me want to live my life and work hard. 4 years ago, Warren Chia met Seattle artist Lauren Ida, who was working in Cambodia and opened her studio to local artists.
At first he was just drawing, he drew the first block and then I chiseled it, and then the second time he said, oh, I think I can do that, let me try. So we weighted it down with something heavy on the end, so he had some pushy ends. And now he's very prolific, so he's creating larger blocks, very highly detailed blocks, he's painting a lot more with acrylic on canvases.
The painting that shows me with the butterfly wings illustrates the turning point in my life, from a rural boy in a rice field who didn't know the city and didn't know many people. Then, when I turned to art, my life changes.
He often finds these very sweet metaphors that are from his own life and puts them into the artwork. Like this one is about the hangers. The idea is that they look flimsy, but they actually are really strong, so they need to be strong to hold up the heavy wet clothes. And that's a metaphor for himself, because he looks disabled, but he doesn't feel disabled. He's a lot stronger than he looks.
After the accident, his uncle gave him a job raising ducks, an experience reflected in sometimes happy, sometimes difficult, on display at the Denver show, curated by Shanna Shelby.
It was hard, difficult work, but he was grateful for the job. And so, just the sentiment that sometimes happy, sometimes difficult, I think resonates with so many different people.
The disenfranchisement of people with disabilities is reflected in Wishing for Inclusion, and he reflects a chaotic calm in Tangled.
I love that the fish is in a big huge mess but still is beautiful, and so I kind of relate to that in our world that is a big mess but still we have this beautiful fish. It's simple but it's touching, it's really lovely.
Warren Chia says his art and his accident are inseparable parts of his story. I changed the mindset of people who used to think that with a disability I did not do anything besides being a beggar or fed by others. Warren Chia is part of the Open Studio Cambodia collective that provides marketing, supplies, and exhibition opportunities in promotion of Cambodian contemporary art. With Sokumara Khan and Suchita Hien in Cambodia, Scott Stearns, VOA News, Denver.
You're watching Red Carpet on the Voice of America. My name is Jacqueline Munganyi. Now, it can be difficult for Africans to break into the art world. Thanks to social media platforms like Instagram, artists like Lagos-based Oyaki Shegun are gaining recognition. Shegun spoke to Red Carpet about some of the challenges he has faced in his career.
To me, it has never been an easy task. But thank God for this era we are this 21st century for the technology aspect, social network and social power. So it's really helped us to put our work for it like Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. That's what really helped us to sell my work, and that's the platform and the leverage to sell my work. So do you know what? That I think that was not even enough. You know, putting your work online on Instagram or anything wasn't enough. Do you understand? Because if anybody reach out to you, what do you have, you want to say this work? There's a way you communicate. There's a way you present yourself. There's a way you show up. Do you understand? So it can never be among artists. Okay, this war is being done. Somebody reach out to me. I really not have any conversation with him. I really not have anything. Oh, he's a good man, he's a good collector. Go, I just know your stand, maintain your stand. So on and so forth. That has been selling my work. And all recent, I have to deal with galleries, I have to deal with private collectors, and sometimes some platform reach out to me like, okay, you know my can we put your work online? In which it has been aired too. So that's one of the way I'll be selling my work. And let's head over to the Red Hook neighborhood of Brooklyn, New York, where actor and music collector Billy Cooper Smith runs a record store simply known as the Record Shop. He says that the shop also acts as a community center where people come to buy records, listen to live music, and record in their basement studio. Check it out. It's a used record shop. It's like 90% used record shop, so it's a shop that really changes all the time. I mean, we try to hit all the marks of a good record shop, but really, it's a shop that reflects the records that I'm finding when I'm out, mostly in New York. I mean, I try not to be I try not to make it too much about myself. I try to, let it be kind of things that are out there. But I'm certainly attracted to a quality of music, like the beautiful, the haunting, the weird things I'm always looking for. And the favorite music is not even a genre, it's more of a type of sound that I look for. Yeah, I didn't seek out to have a record shop. You know, I'm working other jobs, so I just wanted to do something for this community. So this is more of a community center to me. It's important that this is a meeting place for people to connect over music. So in the basement there's a little studio. Here we this out of the way, and there's a little stage and their performance. It's even like shaped like a speaker. It's an unusual shape. It's very... The way we listen to music has been evolving since the invention of the phonograph in the 19th century. Over the years, changes in technology have brought new ways to consume music, but while the past decade has seen a steady growth of people listening to music via streaming platforms like iTunes and Spotify, we are beginning to see the return of a more traditional medium that was more popular in the 60s and 70s, vinyl records. Record people always find shops, it's always going to be diggers, especially when certain collections come through, they find it. So there's always collector types that come through, especially when there's great records. But I also want it to be a place where you can get a record for $1. It's not about being able to buy wall records or fancy records. Let's play this Calypso record today. Whereas vinyl records are often associated with an older generation, research shows that this vinyl revival is actually driven by millennials and Gen Z music consumers. They collect music from different eras and genres, and that's the great part. This is a place for discovery. This is a great place for generations, older generations to come in school, younger children, we definitely try to make it comfortable with their role as a listening station, and we'll teach them how to put the record on, and how to handle the record, or even what it is. And I think for a younger generation that's grown up without physical media, it's amazing, and nothing will replace the, efficacy of putting a record on, or just as like nothing will replace like reading it over the book. With new streaming platforms hitting the market every so often, it is no wonder that streaming accounts for 80% of the music consumption. However, that is trending slowly as record stores like this one keep opening up. And for our final story this week, 25 years after the death of Nigerian music legend Fela Kuti, his son Femi and grandson Made have donned his mantle, taking the Afrobeat sound to the world stage. With their double album Legacy Pass, the father and son duo were nominated at this year's Grammys in the Global Music category. Here is more from AFP. It is the first Grammy nomination for Made Kuti, who is only 26 years old, but it is the 5th for Femi Kuti,
started his career at the age of 17 alongside his famous father, Fela Kuti. Femi Kuti's young brother, Seun Kuti, was also nominated in 2018. Mari expressed his excitement at getting his first nomination.
I first saw my dad's nomination for Global Music Performance. I was very happy about that. When I saw mine in the Global Music category, album category, it blew my mind. I was on the tour bus in Belgium, and I remember just running around telling everybody, whoa, So I was happy. But I was happy, and then I was immediately, I put myself back into reality immediately, which is that it is my first album. It does not make me a better musician than anybody else that was put into that category. The new album is divided into two parts, one for the father, the other for the son, who plays all the instruments on his section, from the saxophone and drums to the trumpet and piano. Femi Kuti says making this album with his son was special. What makes Legacy special is it's a joint release with my son, which is extra special because of the collaboration with my son, him playing on my album, because he played bass on my album, saxophone, and then being able to appreciate him doing his work and bringing the work out together, I think that was very special for me.
On Legacy Plus, Mari and Femi Kuti combine the influence of rock mixes with the genius of Fela, potent cocktail of repetitive and hypnotic high lifestyle, Yoruba polyrhythms, jazz, and funk. And with that, we come to the end of our show today. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. My name is Jackson Bungayi. For more entertainment news, remember to check us out at voanews.com. We are also on all social media platforms. We are on Facebook, on Instagram, and on YouTube, where you can watch our videos. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. Until next time, goodbye everyone.
Hello, compliments of the season and Happy New Year! You're welcome to Plus Events, your favorite social diary show that brings the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Antonia Oshie, and in today's show we have 3 lovely events lined up for you. Now, in the spirit of Christmas, the Redeemed Christian Church of God, RCCG, reached out to people in the charity fair. The event, which took place at the Teslim Balogun Stadium, Surulere, Lagos, had the general overseer of the church, Pastor Enoch Adejare Adeboye, and other ministers in attendance. PlusTvAfrica was there to cover the event.
People hold joy as the multitudes in this main hall celebrated Christmas in praises and dancing.
first Christmas message, the General Overseer, Pastor Enoch Adeboye, spoke about Jesus Christ being the perfect gift to mankind. Brother said, Lord, give me a Christmas present. Something big that I want you to do for me today. The second one, you will ask him for a New Year present. You ask these two things and you will pray. Other clergies expressed hope for the coming year. Jesus is alive. Jesus was brought and has come so that we can be set free from anything of sorrow, free from bondage, free from any form of laughter, free so that we can have joy and a future. The whole world is rejoicing, and we know that for as long as we have Jesus, all will be well. In the name of Jesus. We heard it from the man of God. When you talk about gifts, we have gifts, we have gifts. But this gift of Christ is indescribable. Some blessed, some may say, even knowing Christ is the best that happened to anyone in life. He can transform, he can give a new life, and he can do everything. I take away with a prophet like a daddy from daddy, if we spend staying the whole day to get that father's blessing and that message, I would have sat down here to get it, and it was a real blessing to me. The Papa said, the Papa that God honors is asking me to make a request from the Lord. I got a perfect gift. 2022 is here already. We have hope. We are the children of God. We have hope in our Father. And we're saying 2023 that is by His grace. Food items and others were distributed earlier in the day by the welfare arm of RCCD. And still in the spirit of the festive season, a group, a Quaker Compassionate Initiative, has reached out to the needy in its community. The event, which was held in the Yaba area of Lagos State, had over 500 people in attendance. Men, women, and young adults gather at this venue. They have come to benefit from the demonstration of love of the pioneers of the Akoka Compassionate Initiative at this annual giveaway. Shegun Adesoya is the project manager of the initiative. He is hopeful of increased support.
We started with about 10, and then last year we did 200 people. And this year we are doing 500 this year. And for me, we pray that the Lord will increase us next year. And it's our belief that the Lord will increase everybody. The donors and everybody, so that I've said it, I have noticed. They're going to do 750 next year.
The guest speaker, Professor Talibat Lawansin, and the chairman of the fundraising committee of the group, explained why the gesture is important during this period. He spoke alongside a member of the committee.
Akoka City is a community that hosts the University of Lagos, and we have a close working relationship with the community, and we're very proud of what they're doing, because this indeed is what the spirit of community is. Bringing people together, looking out for those who need a helping hand, and working together to move, the community forward. Like I said earlier, a community that thrives is a precursor for national building, national development.
The force for peace was actually raised within the community. We didn't go to public bodies, we didn't go to governments. We went to people within the community. Those who had, and then they have this extra. They actually made it happen. And looking at the smiles of people's faces, looking at the crowd as I said today, you come to the conclusion that this is a good thing to do, and we would like to repeat it again and again.
as well as love life. We just want to extend the loving hand to people around us, of course, not only women or men, even children. We make provision for 500 people, and as it is now, we have over 500. We have to do more. The beneficiaries expressed delight, urging well-meaning Nigerians to support such gestures. I hope the opportunity everyone arrange this program and for everyone and the community as a whole. I'm really excited. I really appreciate for their work. So, I'm just happy, sir. I appreciate. I pray to them that God will continue to uplift them, and all members of the CDA, I pray that by this time next year, they shall be reaping the goodness of the reward of their goodness in manifold. The high point of the event was the distribution of food items to the beneficiaries. And finally, on this episode of Plus Events, family and friends of Adebayo Oluwake gathered to honor him as he retired from the International Committee of the Red Cross (ICRC) in Nigeria. Now, the event attracted professionals and government officials, among which were the Special Advisor on Media and Publicity to President Muhammadu Buhari, Femi Adesina, and also Managing Director of PlusTvAfrica, Lekon Ugumbawo, his colleagues, among others were there. Known faces from the media industry and in public service were seen in the hall. Other professionals, family and friends also graced the occasion. The event was in honor of one of Nigeria's diplomats and humanitarian, Mr. Adebayo Oluwake, as he announced his retirement with a book titled The Journey of a Passport on the Road of Humanity. Mr. Oluwake, who has spent close to 2 decades of his career serving the country in different capacities, talked about his slogan. I'm very proud to say by the time I was leaving, I became that I left 13 Nigerians occupying
Humanitarian, however, dismissed insinuations about him going into full-time politics. I think I'm more useful to my country and to the continent because I work a lot across many African countries. I made a lot of friends in government, in the military, in the diplomatic community in those African countries. So I believe strongly that I have something to contribute in helping to advance development on the continent. His better half of decades, Oluwatoyin Oluwaki, shared her experience of how tough it was coping without her husband, who was always moving from one diplomatic duty to the other across the globe. Initially it was tough, because when the children were young, and I had to stay back to take care of the children. But the minute the youngest two, as it means, got into university, I started traveling with him. I wish him the very best. I wish him renewed strength. He's been a very considerate man, he's a kind person, and I'm trusting that the Lord would enlarge his course. He sacrificed a lot for us, the children and I pray that the Lord is only will reward him. Their daughters, Shim and Shola, took turns to play their roles at the book event. His areas of interest are development, public communication and material diplomacy, international humanitarian law, security architectures, and post-conflict reconstruction. He is married to Oluwatoyin, and they have met three beautiful children. Flexibility and impact and enable us to actualize Yomi's vision and our operations in a more clear and impactful way, building on the bold initiatives that Mary went and taken. And then the encomiums were poured on Mr. Oluwaki by his contemporaries who shared their experiences with the journalist come humanitarian. So I'm glad to be a friend to Mr. Oluwaki. This is not the first book that I read I'll read. There's something wonderful which I look forward to reading this book. All the support that he needs, first, retirement. Bio, there is in every politics. Bio, this is a power who has used his own human greatness for this country. And he doesn't have the national award yet. And if there's any Nigerian to be proud of, his name is Oluwatoyin. The high point of the event was the unveiling of the 158th book. Well, that's a wrap for this episode today. I hope you enjoyed the events of the show. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at PlusTvAfrica, and do subscribe to our YouTube channels at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Anthony Oshi. Once again, Happy New Year. Thanks for watching. Sometimes I see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, who feel they have it all together, or they forget that they are also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities. I was broke, man. It's not funny. You know that, let me tell you something. Most rich people became millionaires. You know why? Because they don't feel they need to work or aspire or want to be something. You know what I'm saying? My mom died when I was 11. I'm the last one of 5 kids. So from a young age, I knew what I wanted to do. You understand? I fought for music. I come from a family where it's school, when you finish school, go on one focus. You understand? So it's usually something I have to fight for and work hard for. So, you understand? So Bump the video wasn't anything like post help or anything. Of course, my dad has paid